Good afternoon. Sorry for the delay. As you know, we have a lot of moving parts, and our dear staff who work harder than all of us also have to have time to get all things together. So with that, I will open the Senate Finance meeting, and if you'll give me just a minute, I will. If you'd like to chair, I'll give you the mic, though. So I'll open the Senate Finance meeting, and I will ask you all to silence your cell phones and ask the committee secretary to call the roll.
Senator Cannizzaro, Senator Goycochea, Senator Harris, Senator Neal, Senator Nguyen, Senator Severs-Gansert, Senator Titus, Chair Dondero Loop.
Here. Thank you very much. And mark Senator Cannizzaro present when she arrives. Just sort of the lay of the land. We're going to do as much as we can while we're here if we don't get interrupted, and then we may have to take a recess and reconvene. So be patient with us as we work through agendas. If you are listening online or would like to make public comment at the end, the number is 888-475-4499, and the meeting ID for today is 837-5103-8407, and you will press pound, and when prompted for the participant ID, you will press pound. So with that, we are going to start with the work session today. And so, Mr. Thorley, please go ahead when you are ready, or Ms. Crockett, whoever is starting.
Kathy Crockett, Fiscal Analysis Division. The first bill for work session is Senate Bill 221, which was heard in committee on May 26. It requires, to the extent that federal funding is available and beginning October 1st, 2023, the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy to amend the Medicaid Services Manual to create a specific billing category for special clinics that provide services primarily to children with cancer and rare diseases, along with an associated billing guidance and rate setting methodology. The bill becomes effective upon passage and approval and was presented by Senator Doñate. No amendments were discussed during the bill hearing. Regarding the fiscal impact, there would be a general fund cost of $294,240 in fiscal year 25 and $890,135 in fiscal year, I'm sorry, the first one was 24, this is 25. Authorized funds required would be $517,759 in fiscal year 24 and $1,459,291 in fiscal year 25. There was no comment in support, opposition, or neutral on the bill. If the committee wishes to take action on the bill, the motion would be to amend and do pass to add the required funding.
Thank you very much. And with that, is there any discussion on Senate Bill 221? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion. So moved from Senator Titus, second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes, and I will give the floor statement to Senator Doñate. And we will let Baby Cole and his mother get settled, and we will go to the next one in just a minute. All righty. We'll go on to the next one, which is Senate Bill 490.
Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. Thank you, Madam Chair. The next bill, as noted, is Senate Bill 490 on work session. This bill was presented in this committee on May 15th and was presented by Chairman Hendrick with the Gaming Control Board. The bill in its current form requests a general fund appropriation in the amount of $3.6 million for the continuation of the replacement of the board's Alpha information technology system. There is also Section 2 also requests a general fund appropriation of $1.7 million for replacement or purchase of computer hardware, software, and other equipment, and also employee training. There was no testimony in support, opposition, or neutral at the bill hearing. When the bill was presented, the chairman mentioned that the amount needed for the continuation of the Alpha migration project has, the request has increased to $13.5 million. The intent of that increase was to allow for the expedited completion of the project. Subsequent to the bill hearing, the chairman sent the committee a follow-up memo with a Gantt chart comparing the estimated completion date with or without the enhanced or the additional funding for the Alpha migration project, comparing the $3.6 million that is in Section 1 to the new request in Section 1 of $13.5 million. The chair does have a proposed amendment that I'm happy to discuss with the committee, or would you like to do that, Chair?
I will give that information, and then you can follow up with some clarification. So after some discussion with Mr. Hendrick and others, I have thought that maybe the way to do this is, because there was such an error, and while understanding the need for this funding, I thought maybe what we might do is award $8 million to start with, and then put 5.5 in the IFC restricted contingency fund, and then as they move along, they can come to IFC and give us their progress, and then we can continue to award that as need be, as opposed to giving just a total amount. So if that is permissible with the committee, I'm going to have Mr. Thorley explain that in a much more succinct way. And if we need Mr. Hendrick, he is in the audience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wayne Thorley again for the record with the LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. What would occur, what the amendment would look like is the appropriation amount in Section 1 would be increased to $8 million. A new section would be added to the bill for an appropriation to the Interim Finance Committee. The amount would be $5.5 million. That would be accounted for as restricted funding in the IFC contingency account. The Gaming Control Board could then come before the Interim Finance Committee in the upcoming interim and make a request for an allocation of some or all of the $5.5 million upon demonstration that the project is progressing toward completion based off of the timeline included in the Gantt chart that was submitted by the chairman. So that's technically how the amendment would look, and happy to answer any questions that the committee members might have. There would be no change to the appropriation amount in Section 2 of the bill.
All right, any discussion on that? Senator Gansert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you for reorganizing this bill and making sure we've got the money, and I appreciate the diligence of the GBC to come back and make sure that we can get the software programs that we need and get everything completed, because I think it's been a long time, and I appreciate the leadership that's been shown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no more discussion, I just want to add that, you know, it's not lost on any of us that the gaming industry is our industry, and so it's important that we spend this money, but we want to make sure it's done judiciously. So thank you very much for your help, Mr. Hendrick. You've been very helpful, and Chair Tagliati as well has been very helpful. So with that, I will accept a motion. So moved by Senator Wynn, seconded by Senator Cannizzaro. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you for all your time. All right, with that, we will go to Senate Bill. Oh, sorry. I'll take the floor statement on that one. And then we'll do Senate Bill 505.
Kathy Crockett, Fiscal Analysis Division. Senate Bill 505 was heard on committee in June 3rd. It provides an $11 million general fund appropriation to the Office of Energy and the Office of a Governor for a program to track and optimize energy use by state agencies' vehicle fleets in order to conserve energy and reduce costs, conduct audits of state-owned buildings to recommend efficient ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and providing other similar matters. The bill becomes effective upon passage and approval. There were no fiscal notes submitted on the bill. It was presented by Senator Cannizzaro, and it was noted that it would help the state achieve its emission goals of net zero by 2050. No amendments were discussed during the bill hearing, and there were no comments in support, opposition, or neutral. If the committee wishes to take action on the bill, the appropriate motion would be to do pass.
Okay, well, no discussion. I already have a motion by Senator Cannizzaro and a second by Senator Nguyen. Any discussion on this bill? Go ahead, Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to reserve my right on this one. We put $5 million in of ARPA funds to look at the conservation throughout the state, and so I would need to just have a little bit better understanding of this. So I'm just going to reserve. I'm going to vote yes, and reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm also concerned about $11 million appropriation. We've got a lot of work going on, so I'm going to be a no on this, and hopefully we can bring some of this, some of the tracking back in line and do it a little cheaper down the road, but I'm going to be a no on this.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay by Senator Titus. Senator Gokachia. Motion passes. I'll give the floor statement to Senator Cannizzaro. Thank you very much. All right, with that, we will jump back to bill hearings, and we will start with Assembly Bill 15. Be quick and be gone in this committee. Don't want to be rude, but we've got lots to do in this classroom. So yesterday we graded everybody on how short they were. So I'm counting on you. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Chair. I left my PowerPoint presentation at home today. So for the record, my name is Andres Moses. I am the Assistant Court Administrator for the District Court in Clark County, here to present Assembly Bill 15. The bill relates to compensation for district court judges throughout the whole state, all 90 of them. The bill will apply COLAs, the same COLAs that are given to the state employees, and apply those to the district court judges. We took the same methodology that is used for legislators, for constitutional officers, and the governor, and have taken that same language and put that in AB 15. Well, with regard to the fiscal note, the bill has no fiscal impact on this biennium since the judges are not able to get a pay increase until their new term, which will start in 2027. So if you have any questions about the fiscal note, I have John McCormick here from AOC who would be happy to help me answer those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the way that I'm reading this, it says cumulative percentage, this is in section 1, subsection 2. Cumulative percentage increase in the salaries of classified employees in the state for the period beginning January 5th of 2009 and ending on January 3rd, 2027. So the way I'm reading this, and I don't know if I'm correct in this, we're increasing the salary from $130,000 to $160,000 plus in 2027 you would receive the $160 plus the cumulative of any COLAs that have occurred from 2009 to 2027.
For the record, John McCormick. The change to 160 actually happened in 2007 and was implemented in 2009. It's a weird drafting thing on judicial pay because you have to update the base to the actual base number. So that's odd, but yes, that would be the, so they're currently making 160, so then the increase would be that cumulative percentage.
Why are we doing from 2009 to 2027? And do you know what that cumulative percentage would be?
So Andres Moses for the record. So the reason we went back to 2009, because that was the last time the judges received an increase to their COLAs. As it turns out, when we do the math from then to now, it's 10.5% cumulatively. And by going back that far, that's not including this upcoming COLA that is being received by the state employees. But by going further back, since we take deductions, the increase is actually less. Because there are years included in there where they're actually minuses. So if we push that forward or anything else, it would actually be a higher number.
So it's 10, did you say 10.5%, plus whatever, this biennium plus whatever would be approved in 2025?
Andres Moses, yes, that is correct.
Additional questions? Concerns? Senator Goicoechea.
Well, it's not really a concern, more of a comment, but I'm afraid it's a little, looking at the bill now and they're being called to our attention, that's going to be pretty significant. That'll be a 40% increase.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Senator Neal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the base amount of the salary now so the annual base will be what, 181,000, and then you will grow from there with the COLAs?
John McCormick for the record. The current base is that 160 number. That was implemented in SB 248 of 2007, brought it up to 160, and then so that's the current. So it will be that 160 plus whatever that cumulative percentage is.
So, Mr. Thorley, can you add to the, because I did look up NRS 3.030 and I did see the weird language which said that after 2009, the base would be 160, but then this strikes out that language, and now the floor, because the way I read it, the floor is 160, and then you grow from there. But what is the actual, I guess, ending on January 3rd, 2027, what would their actual salary be?
Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. Just based on the fiscal note submitted from the Administrative Office of the Courts, which is available online for those that are following along. In the backup materials, they did submit information regarding the calculations for the projected FY 2027 salary for the positions in budget account 1490, which is their judicial elected officials salary budget. It varies depending on the position, however, and Mr. McCormick, if you're probably more familiar with this fiscal note backup materials than I am, but it with the base salary of 160,000, then adding in the cumulative impact of all the COLAs through FY 27. And this assumes the COLAs that were included in the pay bill this session that the governor has signed, that it would be an increase to, and the fiscal note backup materials don't include the additional COLAs. It only includes the GovRec COLAs. So just doing some quick math, total back of the envelope, we're looking at over $210,000.
So can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, please.
So, okay, and Mr. Thorley, Chair, tell me if I'm wrong. So because I have to read these in conjunction. So we moved that bill 58, which then said within legislative appropriations, X can happen, right? And that also included their salaries, didn't it? No, it didn't.
Wayne Thorley for the
What was
record.
the other bill?
LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. Senate Bill 58, which did create the pot of money for judicial salaries, judicial branch salaries. That was for non-elected positions in the judicial branch. This bill would only apply to elected. This is the district court judge positions, and so that these positions were not included in that bill in AB 58 or in language in the Appropriations Act related to that action.
Okay, so I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it. So 210,000 will become the base in 2027?
Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. Again, that was rough math, but yes, that would become the base salary based off of the cumulative COLAs through January 2009 through January 2027. Certainly can get some more precise numbers after the meeting if the committee wishes.
But in short, it's a $50,000 raise. That's
Wayne Thorley, for the record, at LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. Approximately, yes. So there are several large COLAs included in the pay bill from this session. The governor recommended a 10% COLA in FY24, and in the pay bill, the legislature approved and the governor signed an additional 2%. So that was a 12% COLA in 24. Then there was a 4% COLA recommended by the governor in 25. In the pay bill, the legislature added an additional 7, so that's another 12%. 11% in FY25. I'm too little sleep to do math. And so we're even just looking at the upcoming biennium. We're looking at a 23% COLA, and then you add on additional COLAs that have been adopted by the legislature from 2009 to today, and that's where you get this large increase.
Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, when looking at this, a lot of times we have increases and they're not, what you earn as an elected official doesn't change till you're reelected. But it looks like in this case, maybe because they don't vote for their own pay changes, that those amounts will be changed regardless of where you are in your election cycle. So if you are a judge on whatever certain year, the change happens.
If I may, John McCormick for the record, all the district judges currently, all 90, are on the same election cycle, and so there's a constitutional prohibition against raising or decreasing their salaries during current term. So this raise would not take effect until all 90 run for election, re-election in 2006, and then that new term begins in 2007. Oh, 27, yeah.
Thank you. That information's helpful, and I know we were looking at significant pay boosts for our public employees because we've just fallen behind, and this has been static for, it sounds like, since 2009. Thank you.
Senator Wynn.
Thank you. I'm super supportive of this. I know that it seems like a lot of money, but I also know that there haven't been a lot of changes. I know sitting on the policy committee, and I'm sure some of the other members have, we've seen kind of some of the disparities in pay, not only within our own judicial branch between what municipal court judges are sometimes making more than Supreme Court justices, and just across the country, it seems like we're still lacking, and we're still not even close, even with these, like, nationally. Is that correct?
Andres Moses, for the record. That is correct, Senator Nguyen. According to the National Center for State Courts, their judicial survey, Nevada is, when adjusted for cost of living, Nevada is currently ranked number 45th in the country. We are also one of the only jurisdiction in the country that has not had any increases for judicial officers in the last 4 to 6 years. So that is a concern, and so we're appreciative of your comments.
We feel your pain. Any additional questions, concerns, thoughts? All right. Thank you very much for being with us today. I know spending time at the legislature on Saturday is such like on the top of your list. So thank you. With that, we'll go to support of Assembly Bill 15.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Hillerby on behalf of the Nevada District Judges Association. Just wanted to thank you on behalf of all the judges across the districts for your consideration. And again, just a reminder, I think it was covered, the pay bill, it was Assembly Bill 462 in 2005 that created the current system that the legislature and all constitutional officers are on. So that has been the cost of living increase system in place since then. And as I think was discussed earlier, since the judges have not been on that, they have not seen anything since 2009. So again, we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Jessica Ferrato here on behalf of the 2nd Judicial District Court here in support of the bill. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no more support here in Carson City, Las Vegas, and seeing none, we'll go straight to the phone lines. BPS, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. If you'd like to testify in support on AB 15, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. Anyone in opposition here in Carson City? Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please. BPS, when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 15, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to neutral here in Carson City. Las Vegas, on the phone lines. BPS, when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 15, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in neutral at this time.
Thank you very much. All right. With that, any closing remarks from anybody? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll close the hearing on Assembly Bill 15, and we'll go to Assembly Bill 16. Welcome back, Mr. McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. Again, for the record, John McCormick, Assistant Court Administrator at the Supreme Court. This may seem a bit repetitive. AB 16 applies the same COLA mechanism that we just discussed for the district court judges for the justices of the Nevada Supreme Court and the judges of the Nevada Court of Appeals. That is 10 judicial officers as opposed to the 90 district judges that we currently have. And this bill does actually have a fiscal impact on this biennium for approximately 6 months of the increase for the next 3 Supreme Court justices who are up for re-election. And that is approximately $86,000. I'm happy to answer any questions, provide any additional information.
Thank you very much. Once again, any questions or concerns? Senator Nguyen.
Can I just ask you to clarify why this is, I see this as slightly different than the district court, the AB 15, as then this goes into effect, it looks like around in 2025. Obviously, it seems like we want to make sure there's some sort of hierarchy. I'm assuming that's what it is, a hierarchy of pay, that the Supreme Court justices are making more than the district court judges, or what was the thinking behind that?
Thank you. John McCormick for the record. Currently, the Supreme Court justices make, their base is $170, so they do make $10,000 more than the district judges. And the reason this bill appears different is because the Supreme Court justices are on a staggered election cycle. So we have the next general election will have 3 justices up, and then in the next 2, and then in the next 2 more. And so that's why this is written slightly differently, because since all the district judges are on one cycle, it's much easier and cleaner to do that. But with this, it goes back and takes the cumulative increase for the prior 2 terms for a Supreme Court justice, those COLAs, adds that, and then that gets implemented when the new term begins. So there is a chance, obviously, that there will be some disparity in salaries, but because of the way that they are elected in that sort of cycle, that's kind of the nature of the beast.
All right. Questions from the committee? Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for my edification, so can like how we understood what the amount of growth was, what's the amount of growth with this one?
Thank you. John McCormick for the record. For the first 3 justices who would receive this COLA, it would be 13% plus whatever obviously has been authorized in the pay bill this time. So that 13 plus 23-ish.
All right. Seeing no additional questions, we will go to support. Anybody here in Carson City in support of Assembly Bill 16? Las Vegas? Phone lines, BPS, when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 16, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to opposition here in Carson City. Las Vegas, BPS on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 16, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to neutral here in Carson City. Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 16, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Thank you very much.
Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, any closing comments, Mr. McCormick? With seeing none, we'll close the hearing on Assembly Bill 16. And we're going to pause on the agenda right now. We have a BDR to introduce to the committee, so I'll let Mr. Thorley take over. It's been a long 118 days. And we still have new BDRs. So here we go. Thank you, Mr. Thorley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. What you have before you is a Senate Finance Committee BDR. It is BDR S-1230. This BDR contains the exact same language as Assembly Bill 520, which is the State Appropriations Act. Happy to answer any questions that the committee members might have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? All right. Seeing none, I'll accept a motion. So moved from Senator Canizaro, seconded from Senator Wynn. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes, and we'll report this to the floor. All right. With that, we will go on to Assembly Bill 28. So appropriately, baby bonds.
Good morning, or I suppose afternoon, members of the committee. It's Treasurer Zach Conine. Can you hear me all right?
We can. We were hoping to see a little face there with you.
My apologies, but Ruby is currently getting ready for her second showing of Newsies, in case anyone was down in Las Vegas and wanted to see my daughter carry the banner. You should go to that show. But on the off chance that you're not, and perhaps doing the work that is here, we're here to talk about Assembly Bill number 28, which establishes the Nevada Baby Bonds Program. This is the policy hearing in the second house, so I'll give just a little bit of information, Chair, if that's all right with you, but happy to leave most of it for questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. If you'll just limit the information to the fiscal policy. If you need to add a little bit of color, we're happy to have that too.
Perfect, thank you. So the Nevada Baby Bonds Program would take the population of Nevadans born in a year whose birth was paid for by Medicaid. It would then select, based on the proceeds available in the appropriation, a number of them by lottery, and then invest $3,200 per recipient into a baby bond at the time of their birth or within the first year. That baby bond would then grow over the next 18 years before becoming available to them for a couple of very specific and finite purposes, the purchase of a home, continuing on with their higher education needs, or starting a small business. All of those proceeds are intended to go directly to the recipient. In other words, if we'll have an opportunity to talk to the recipient and say there are opportunities to get Pell Grants and other sorts of assistance for higher education, while at the same time you're able to use the proceeds for the baby bond. In the Assembly Ways and Means Committee, the appropriation was shifted from its original ask of $80 million over the biennium to $5 million over the biennium, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. And with that, any questions regarding this? Treasurer, could you turn off your microphone? We're getting some feedback here. Thank you. All right, with that, seeing no questions on this. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Ganser, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm just looking at this again. Could you just explain it a little bit more? So a lottery basically is going to designate who receives the money. So you're going to start with a lottery system, then maybe expand it later. But then this money will accumulate, or they'll earn interest, and then they can use it for certain things between the ages of 18 and 30. Is that correct?
Treasurer Conine, for the record, that's absolutely correct. Originally, we had looked at the entire population of children born under Medicaid. Of course, that's a big fiscal note, and you have a lot of important work in front of you. So that got pulled down a little bit to $5 million. We think the most fair way, talking to experts in the space, to pick recipients amongst that within that population is a lottery system. And then, of course, if additional proceeds were available later, we could expand.
Thank you. And then, you know, we end up with a lot of funds in unclaimed property because people lose track of things. What type of system do you have to make sure that these individuals understand that they have it and it's available? Because you have to track it for 18 plus years, and we want to make sure that they receive the benefits of it.
Treasurer Conine, for the record, thank you for the question. We spend a lot of time keeping in contact with families through our 529 and other college savings programs like College Kickstart. And so we would work first to get the list of individual recipients, and then there's a plan to communicate with them over the time so that they can plan for it. Well, one of the things we found with College Kickstart is simply knowing that there is something coming in the future allows people to make different decisions and make different plans.
Thank you.
Senator Harris, please.
Thank you, Chair. Is there anything in the bill to assure that it helps here? Your parents live here. You get the bond by lottery, and then your parents move away 2 years later, and now you're a lifelong, as far as you know, Florida resident, right? Is there anything to maybe mitigate against that possibility?
Treasurer Conine, for the record, thank you for the question. Yes. So in order to receive the proceeds from the baby bond, you have to be a resident of the state of Nevada for about a year before those proceeds are available. We tried to match it on in-state tuition, right? So we didn't want to penalize someone if, because their family is in the military or for some other reason, they leave Nevada and then come back. But we also want to make sure that they're in Nevada for other reasons than just this bond.
Okay, so in the instance of a child who wins a lottery and has a baby bond but moves at 2 years old, they would then forfeit that baby bond. Is that right?
Treasurer Conine, for the record, I'll throw it to Mr. Jimenez in the room to make sure I'm getting this right. But my understanding is they would, if they came back to the state a year before they claimed it, they would be able to get that bond.
So let me get this straight. You could be born here, move away by no fault of your own because you're not old enough to make that decision. But by choice, you could come back and establish residency for a year and get the money.
Treasurer Conine, for the record, we do expect that there will be some people who move away, who win the lottery and move away through no fault of their own, but perhaps want to come back here to go to school at UNR or UNLV, want to go to Touro University, want to go to the Kirkhorn School of Medicine, or whatever the reason is why they're coming back. And we want to make sure that we can support them as Nevadans. But that is correct. If they left and then came back for a year, established residency, they would have it. I should mention, we expect that this $3,200 will grow to about $10,000 or $12,000 by the end, which is a lot of money, but probably not enough money to encourage someone to move from another state.
Senator Harris?
Thank you, Chair. Is there any opportunity for parents to maybe add on to this bond?
Treasurer Conine, for the record, from an administrative perspective, we would pool the funds together. Makes it much cheaper to manage the investment. But much like College Kickstart or any of our other programs, we can direct them towards 529s or other savings accounts that could suit their needs.
And if I can, Mr. Treasurer, Eric Jimenez for the record, one of the eligible uses in Section 9, Senator Harris, in subsection 2 sub 4 is to invest in financial assets or personal capital that provide long-term gain to wages or wealth. And what we're thinking, we don't know what's going to happen in 18 years from now or 30 years from now, but one of the things that we have contemplated and would be promulgated under regulation is if funds from a baby bond could be contributed into a retirement savings account as well. I know we're having some other conversations about that as well.
All right. Any additional questions on this particular item? Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm just thinking about the amount, and when I think about prepaid tuition, you know, because this is for sort of flexibility, and there potentially is access at 18. You know, why cash versus helping with prepaid tuition for a certain number of individuals, and then that would be their goal, right, to go to college, and you could make it transferable within to family members for the same purpose, maybe. I guess I'm just kind of, it sort of opens the doors. When you're 18, how are you going to use the money?
Treasurer Conine, for the record, I appreciate the comment. And one of our intentions here was to help fight generational poverty. And we know that education can be one of the ways to fight generational poverty, but home ownership is one of the largest. And so we wanted to make sure that the dollars were flexible. Now, our intention, both from a financial literacy perspective and from a direction of funds, is we're not giving an 18-year-old $10,000 to $12,000. I wouldn't have made great decisions as an 18-year-old. I expect many of us wouldn't have. What we'll be doing is working with them to determine which of those potential investments would be most effective for them, and making sure that they're taking advantage of other programs, whether it's down payment assistance or our other educational programs or small business assistance if they choose to start a small business.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions from the committee on this particular bill? Thank you very much. All right, we will go to those in support of Assembly Bill 28.
Elise Monroy Marsala for Children's Advocacy Alliance. We support the bill.
Paul Cather with the Culinary Workers Union Local 226. We support the bill.
Christine Saunders, Policy Director, Progressive Leadership Alliance in Nevada. We also support the bill. Thank you.
Eric Cheng with One API Nevada and Asian Community Development Council. We support the bill. Thank you.
John Norman, Nevada Coalition of Legal Service Providers. We support the bill. Thank you.
All right, seeing no more in Carson City, we'll go to Las Vegas. Seeing none, we'll go to the BPS. Phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 28, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the hardworking committee. This is Dora Martinez with the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. Thank you to the sponsor of the bill, and we wholeheartedly support the bill. Thank you.
If you have recently joined the call and would like to testify, I'm so sorry, Chair.
That's all right.
If you've recently
Go ahead.
joined the call and would like to testify in support on AB 28, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Hi, Chair and the committee. My name is Shelby Swartz. I'm calling from Battleborn Progress, and we are in strong support of this investment in our future. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Here, there are no more callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. Anyone in opposition here in Carson City? In Las Vegas? On the phone lines, please. BPS when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 28, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to neutral in Carson City. In Las Vegas? On the phone lines, please. BPS when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 28, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. Any closing remarks? All right.
Treasurer Conine, for the record, no thank you, but I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Treasurer. All right, with that, we'll close the hearing on Assembly Bill 28. And we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 37. And please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Fergus Laffridge. Card has already been given to secretaries for the correct spelling. Here to provide an overview for Assembly Bill 37. I represent the Rural Regional Behavioral Health Policy Board as their chair, and we worked on this bill in collaboration with University of Nevada, Las Vegas. As we know, and you've heard throughout this session, we are in a crisis with behavioral health issues in the state of Nevada. We have tried a number of what are basically turned out to be Band-Aid fixes, and a number of initiatives have arisen. But at some point in time, you have to legislate action to be done to assure that it gets done. And the purpose of this bill is to establish the Behavioral Health Workforce Development Center of Nevada, is to grow a robust pipeline for behavioral health providers in Nevada. The center, as it's called, will be housed within the Nevada system of higher education. It would incorporate and expand upon existing successful programs already in place and introduce new programs and connections across the educational system. This is modeled very much after systems that have worked in Nebraska already, and so we They're just trying to bring that here to Nevada. It will have also an advisory committee with a statewide stakeholder group. They will provide outreach and education about mental health professionals to K through 12 and adult learners. We go to healthcare fairs now, and unfortunately, behavioral health professions are not what they're trying to get into. When you ask a high schooler, what do you want to be when you grow up? They're not saying they want to be a marriage family therapist. They're not saying they want to be a psychologist. They want to be some other thing. So we're going to reach into that. It will expand the mental health training programs within higher education in and of itself, with an emphasis on building a diverse workforce to serve Nevada's diverse communities. We're going to grow our own to keep them here. We just cannot wait any longer for them to just fall out of the sky or come from another state for us. Increase the postgraduate internships and increase the number of provided supervisors. Supervisory has always been a problem with getting our folks licensed, and then support the existing workforce through continuing education and technical assistance and working with the licensing boards. This will work off a hub and spoke model where you'll have your center could either be one and then reaching out with a spoke model out to the regions across the state. The reason we did this spoke model was so that the regions know what their needs are, what's affecting Las Vegas, Clark County area is going to be different than what's affecting somebody in White Pine County. So we want to make sure that we have the congruence there. And because we are the Rural Regional Health Policy Board, I just want to emphasize this is a statewide initiative. So yes, all of that is good, but unfortunately it comes with a fiscal note. And that is where we're at now, and that's why we're before you. This was heard before both the Assembly Revenue Committee, then went to Ways and Means. We ironed out a final fiscal note that is just a bare bones that is attached to the language now, as Amendment 858 was passed. And with that, I believe Dr. Sarah Hunt is also in Las Vegas if you have questions from the panel.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Hunt, do you have anything you'd like to add before we go to questions?
Thank you, Sarah Hunt, for the record. I don't have anything to add right now. Open for questions.
Thank you very much. And any questions from the committee? Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So how much money do you think you will expend doing outreach to the high schools in order to get them familiar with the pipeline that you're creating?
I'll go ahead and take that one. Sarah Hunt for the record, and I'll introduce myself. I am the Assistant Dean of Behavioral Health Sciences for the Kirk Kerkorian School of Medicine at UNLV, and also Director of the UNLV Mental and Behavioral Health Training Coalition. So thank you for the question. We have allotted for the first fiscal year about $90,000 for operating expenses, and some of that will include covering the development of curriculum that we will use to go out into the K through 12 space to do different trainings. And those education outreaches can take on many different forms. They could look like just stopping in to talk with a class about a mental health topic and then present information on how you become a mental health professional, to potentially setting up like a multi-day kind of introductory camp to mental health professions, much like our colleagues in the School of Nursing do. They do a nurse camp every summer for high schoolers. So it's difficult to say exactly how much, because it can go into different types of training, different lengths of training, and providing that outreach in different forms.
Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so thank you for being here today and presenting this bill. We talked last summer about this, which is sort of a long-term solution, is working on the pipeline and in different modes. And what's we found over the years, if you look at, for instance, the Dean's Future Scholars or the First Gen Network, is if you start early and you start mentoring and you start helping them understand that they belong, what these professions are, and that they can belong in these professions, students will become interested in it. And so I think it's something that can really help build the pipeline. When we had those discussions last year, the other piece was what's the near term, and that's why I introduced, and we heard the other day, SB 300, which was about establishing the internships and making sure we've got the training, because I think it was just mentioned, I believe you said that one of the difficulties we have is having supervision for the clinical work that folks need to do. So I just appreciate you being here today, and I'm glad you've made it this far, because I think this is an important piece of broadening the pipeline in behavioral health. Thanks. It's a statement.
Thank you very much. Senator Wynn, did you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Dr. Hunt. I had the opportunity to hear about this program during the Southern Forum, and we had mentioned that I think it was Nebraska. Is that where this has been implemented? And I know there were some other states. How is this different than some of those programs? I know it's been tailored a little bit. So if you can kind of just describe how it's differently presented here.
Thank you for the question, Sarah Hunt, for the record. So yes, this is based off a model from Nebraska under the University of Nebraska, which has been in existence for over a decade, with really good results in growing their own mental health pipeline. And then most recently, it's been developed in Illinois. So through the Southern Illinois University and University of Illinois Chicago, they are just opening their center this year after it went through their legislative process last year. So both of those models are kind of in action a little bit differently. But Illinois definitely uses more of the hub and spoke model. So their two hubs are in Southern Illinois University and University of Illinois Chicago, with programming out across the state. And over the years, Nebraska, though, has kind of established mini centers across their state versus a hub and spoke model.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could you address, I see in the bill in section .105, the needs for $684,926, and then 24-25, $1,369,321. Is that your total fiscal note?
Madam Chair, for the record, Fergus Loveridge, that would be correct. That is the note of that going forward as it stretches over the biennium. There.
And that would fund 8 positions?
Yes.
And then moving forward, is that sustainable?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. For the record, Fergus Loveridge, we have had conversations with Nevada System of Higher Education, and we could possibly be sustainable as they work this into more of their executive budget.
Okay, thank you very much. I too agree that this is a very, very important subject. And Dr. Hunt, thank you for your work down at UNLV leading this. So with that, we appreciate it. Any additional questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, then we'll go to support. Thank you. All right, those in support of Assembly Bill 37.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Alejandro Rodriguez, Nevada System of Higher Education, and she's in strong support of AB 37 and the opportunities this could provide for the future of behavioral health workforce in our state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Dondero Loop, Vice Chair Canizaro. My name is Zoe Houghton with Tom Clark Solutions here on behalf of MedX Air One, a ground and air ambulance services based in Elko, Nevada, and we support this bill. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Constance Brooks representing the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and we are in full support of this bill. We want to thank Dr. Hunt for her leadership throughout the state and also for the partnership with the Rural Regional Behavioral Health Policy Board for the development of this bill to address a critical workforce shortage. We'd also like to thank Senator Severs-Gansert for her help during the interim and for meeting with us to talk about this critical shortage and being a thought partner in the solution. Thank you.
Chair Dondero Loop, Dan Musgrove. I serve on the Clark County Regional Behavioral Health Policy Board as well as the Clark County Children's Mental Health Consortium. Every part of this state is facing a critical need in this area, and I think this is game-changing legislation. We absolutely support it and appreciate all who've worked on it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Joan Hall representing Nevada Rural Hospital Partners, ditto to what you've heard before.
Elise Monroy Marsala, on behalf of the Nevada Public Health Association and the Nevada Primary Care Association, we support this measure for all the reasons you've heard today. Thank you.
Alex Tanchek with Silver State Government Relations, representing Vitality Unlimited and New Frontier Treatment Centers, both of which are certified community behavioral health centers serving rural Nevada. We also support the bill and urge support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Seeing no one in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone lines. BPS, when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 37, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in support at this time.
City, Las Vegas, on the phone lines. BPS, when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 37, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to neutral here in Carson City, Las Vegas, BPS, phone lines when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 37, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. And with that, any closing remarks? All right, seeing none, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 37. And I believe our next bill, we might skip by while we wait for Speaker Yeager to arrive. And we will go to Assembly Bill 128. I don't know who's on first with some of these bills, so I sort of have to wait to see who stands up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Christy Cabrera-Georgeson, for the record, I'm the Deputy Director of the Nevada Conservation League. Assemblywoman Howdeggy is busy right now, so I am going to take this over for her, and I will do my best to keep it brief. We did submit a letter on Nellis, so I won't elaborate too much. AB 128 will make a $500,000 appropriation to the Outdoor Education and Recreation Grant Program over the biennium. This program was created under the Division of Outdoor Recreation in 2019 to provide underserved youth in Nevada with high-quality outdoor education and recreation opportunities. However, this program has never received state funding, really hindering its implementation and success. So after this money is appropriated, public agencies, nonprofit organizations, and other community-based entities would be able to apply for microgrants up to $5,000 or Tier 2 grants from $5,000 to $50,000. According to the Division of Outdoor Recreation, this level of funding would be able to fund approximately 13 grantees and over 2,400 youth each year. I won't elaborate too much, but I will say study after study shows that getting kids outdoors is very beneficial to not only their health, but their cognitive abilities, their schoolwork, and many other things. This is especially true for students from low-income backgrounds and communities of color who often don't have the same access to the outdoors as some other kids. So we urge the members to support this bill, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Hi there. Okay, any questions? All right, I do have one question. Am I clear that there was a one-shot appropriation that went through on this?
Christy Cabrera Georgeson for the record, yes. So SB 474 was from the Governor's Office of Finance. That did pass through your committee, went over to the Assembly side. From my understanding, the Assembly is moving forward with this version rather than that version, so this would be the only funding for this program.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, seeing no questions, thank you very much. And with that, I will call forward anyone in support of Assembly Bill 128 here in Carson City. Go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. Dawn Echeverry, President of the Nevada State Education Association, and NSCA stands in support of AB 128.
Good afternoon. My name is Zoe Houghton, representing Nevada Outdoor Business Coalition. We have submitted a letter of support along with the Outdoor Industry Association, and thank you for the committee considering this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional support here in Carson City? Seeing none. Las Vegas, seeing none. BPS, phone lines when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 128, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, Chair and the committee. My name is Shelby Swartz, calling from Battleborn Progress, and we are in strong support of AB 128 to make an investment in our children and in our outdoor economy. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Hi, my name is Jamarian Williams, and I'm the Government Affairs Manager for Western Resource Advocates. Western Resource Advocates is in full support of AB 128. We submitted a letter on Nellis, really detailing their support. Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 224, you are unmuted.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ángel Lascano, Environmental Justice Organizer at Somos Votantes. Somos is in full support of AB 128 through our youth program, Somos Líderes. We have met many students who have never experienced the outdoors. These funds will break down barriers for those students and many other students across our great state. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the committee members. Dora Martinez with Nevada Disability Action Coalition. Me too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Here, there are no more callers in support.
Thank you very much. We'll go to opposition here in Carson City. In Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please. BPS when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 128, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to neutral here in Carson City, Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please. BPS when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 128, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in neutral at this time.
Thank you very much. Any closing remarks? Okay, with that, we'll close the hearing on Assembly Bill 128, and we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 137. And we might have to go past the hearing on 137. And we'll see if we have a taker on Assembly Bill 246. Oh, Assemblywoman Torres. You get the award for the day. Thank you for joining us on Saturday afternoon. Welcome and begin when you're ready.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Dondero Loop and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Assemblywoman Solana Torres, and I represent Assembly District 3 in the heart of Las Vegas, Nevada, and I am pleased to have the opportunity to present AB 246 before you today. This bill revises provisions governing elections, specifically to improve access to voting for limited English proficient Nevadans. I will give some background information and then I'll get into the fiscal note and then I'll be open for any questions, as I know that this was heard in the Senate Legislative Operations and Elections Committee just yesterday. Every Nevadan has a fundamental right to participate in the electoral process. AB 246 seeks to establish additional state standards and resources for providing voting materials in languages other than English to eliminate language barriers that many Nevadans face in the electoral process. In our many conversations with county registrars, nonprofit organizations, and other stakeholders, we believe that this is the best path forward to ensure that the Silver State's democratic process is accessible and equitable for all Nevadans. For any questions relating to the policy, we'll definitely be open to those, but I do want to get right into the fiscal note. I want to thank the Secretary of State's office, county recorders, and local governments for their work and collaboration. On the fiscal note, we have a representative from the Secretary of State's office who can answer more specific questions that you may have, but I would like to briefly overview some key points on that note. Over the biennium, the office projects to have an associated cost of $449,547. This includes an estimated $56,000 to translate listed languages in this bill on election materials across all 17 counties, $14,000 for a statewide voter language access hotline, and $270,000 for staffing expenses to carry out the core functions of this bill. At this time, I'm open for any questions.
Thank you very much. Senator Wynn? Any questions? Senator Neal, I see it percolating. Okay. Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my understanding is there's some federal law around this, and the threshold for federal law is like 10,000 voters versus, I think this is moving it to 5,000.
Carrie Dermick with All Voting is Local Action. So the federal threshold is currently 10,000 or 5%, whatever a county or a state would hit first. But what we're asking for is to decrease that to 5,000. To uphold a state mandate instead. And other states, like this bill was modeled after a Colorado bill. And so that's where that data and number came from.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Torres, for the record, so the impact that that's going to have, so like on Washoe County, that's going to add the language of Spanish, which Washoe County is actually currently providing as well. But it would just make sure that it continues to be provided and isn't at the discretion of the county. And then in Clark County, although they're awfully close, it's going to expand access to the ballot in Chinese.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions on this particular bill? All right, with that, thank you very much. We'll call for those in support of Assembly Bill 246 in Carson City. Seeing none, we'll go to, oh, sorry. You got to move quick around here. I don't wait.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Eric Zhang, ERIC-JENG with One API Nevada and Asian Community Development Council. Thank you. We have the Clark County Chinese. We miss it by 500 households. So I think this bill is an equitable way and fiscally responsible way to increase that access for our citizens and hopefully build a framework that we can expand that to further for our language, limited English proficient citizen community. Thank you so much.
Hold the thought. Senator Wynn.
Mr. Jang, you might know the answer to this. Assemblywoman Torres had mentioned that with this bill, it might expand to Chinese. Would that be Mandarin?
Yes, Mandarin Chinese.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All righty. Go ahead, please.
Carrie Dermick with All Voting is Local Action. We fully support this bill, and I think a good case to support it is if you currently live in Washoe County, you can vote in Spanish. If you live right here in Carson, you cannot. And we really want to make sure that all voters have access to vote in the language of their choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Saunders, and I'm the Policy Director with the Progressive Leadership Alliance Nevada and a member of the Nevada Immigrant Coalition here in support of this bill. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Dondero Loop and committee members. For the record, Emily Prasad Zamora, PERSAUD-ZAMORA, Executive Director of Silver State Voices, and on behalf of the Let Nevadans Vote Coalition, we're in strong support, and we'll keep it at that.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Janet Quintero with United Way of Southern Nevada. As a nonprofit who has committed to language access for our basic resources, we are in support of this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any additional support here in Carson City? Las Vegas, BPS on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 246, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Thank you, Chair and the committee. My name is Shelby Swartz, SHELBIE, SWARTZ, calling from Battle Born Progress, and we are in strong support of this bill. AB 246 will allow more accessible languages to be added to the ballot and allow those who have had a voice to participate in their right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the members of the Hardworking Committee. Dora Martinez with Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. Me too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Here, there are no more callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to opposition here in Carson City. Good afternoon. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Janine Hansen, and I'm representing the Independent American Party as the state chairman today. In our laws, it requires that in all cases, someone that is applying for naturalization must have the ability to speak English at the time of the naturalization exam. I think this is an important requirement. I think it also leads to cultural integration. We don't want our country flying apart at the seams, which it appears to be doing right now. And so we oppose this bill. We want to encourage people to vote. We want to encourage people to participate. We want to encourage people to embrace English and to be able to participate in that way. And we thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. All right. Any other opposition here in Carson City? Las Vegas, BPS on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 246, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee. My name is Lynn Chapman. I'm State Vice President of Nevada Families for Freedom. According to the 22nd edition of Ethnologue, there were currently 7,111 living languages in the world today. Chinese has 13 variations and Arabic has 20. English is the #1 language used in the world today. According to the World Data Info, only 1,000 years ago there were about 9,000 languages. Due to increasing globalization, the number is decreasing. It is assumed that by the beginning of the 23rd century, there should only be 100 different languages around the world. According to World Data Info, the top languages spoken in countries: French is spoken in 46 countries, Spanish in 34 countries, Chinese in 25 countries, Russian in 22 countries, English is spoken in 58 countries. My father worked in voting polls in California for many years. California had a law just like what you want to pass. He told me election year after election year that they had many boxes full of ballots with different languages in each box. He told me that they would have used a couple here or a couple there, but at the end of the day, there were many boxes still full of ballots that would be thrown away, never to be used. Let's not waste the taxpayers' hard-earned dollars by printing thousands of ballots and registration applications in many different languages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional callers on BPS?
Yes, Chair.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the community. My name is Jim DeGraffenried, Nevada's Republican National Committee man in opposition to AB 246 on behalf of the Nevada Republican Party. In the process for how to become a naturalized U.S. citizen, the fourth requirement is be able to read, write, and speak basic English. Article 2, Section 1 of the Nevada Constitution states that U.S. citizens have the right to vote. This bill seeks to require counties to print ballots in multiple additional languages, If the requirement for all naturalized citizens is to read, write, and speak English, and all American-born citizens are entitled to free public education, then why would any U.S. citizen need a ballot in another language? This places a significant unfunded mandate burden on Nevada counties. Are the sponsors of the bill aware of a means of printing all of these additional ballots? The Clark County fiscal note is $750,000 alone in future biennia. We already offer Spanish and Tagalog ballots in Nevada pursuant to federal law. This bill clarifies that limited English proficiency means being unable to speak or understand English adequately to participate in the electoral process. According to Nevada's Department of Education in 21, only 44% of high school students and future voters in Clark County demonstrate proficiency in English and reading. Voting is for citizens. Citizens in the U.S. have to read, write, and speak basic English. There is no need for an unfunded government mandate that goes far beyond federal law to again try and override the election diversity that Nevada voters have demanded at the local level. We support the right of all legal citizens to exercise their right to vote in our republic, but do not support the expenditure of these funds on Assembly Bill 246. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional callers?
Chair, there are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to neutral here in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gabriel DeCara from the Secretary of State's office. Just to address a few of the points that were brought up. Most of this translation would be translating, yes, some paper documents, but much of this translation would happen digitally, including translating for voting machines across the state. This would allow us to provide Spanish in counties that do not currently provide voting in Spanish. It would also, as the Secretary of State's office, to work with the counties to begin gathering language of preference. So we're not going to print hundreds of thousands of ballots in languages that we're not going to be using. This would be identifying which voters are interested in having a ballot in another language because they have limited English proficiency, and providing them that ballot. So we promise we're not trying to waste the state's money. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in neutral in Carson City? Neutral in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone lines, BPS.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 246, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. Any closing remarks, Assemblywoman? Thank you very much. With that, we will close Assembly Bill 246, and we will open the hearing, Assemblywoman, if you would like, while you're here, on Assembly Bill 383.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon once again, Chair Dondera Loop and committee members. I'm Assemblywoman Selena Torres for the record, and I represent Assembly District 3 in Las Vegas, Nevada. Thank you for the opportunity to present AB 383, which preserves the right to reproductive health care and makes various changes to ensure working-class Nevadans have more affordable and accessible reproductive health care coverage. This bill does two core things. First, it expressly names contraception access as a protected and fundamental right here in the state of Nevada. And secondly, it utilizes new tools to ensure every Nevadan is able to fully engage in their healthcare decisions in a language that they feel most comfortable in. In the midst of conflicting court decisions across the nation, this bill's fundamental goal is to put Nevadans at ease and to clarify our state's belief in basic reproductive freedom, while also building on the work that this body has already done to expand access to birth control. Briefly, I will walk through the sections of the bill. Sections 2 through 7 of this bill enact the Right to Reproductive Health Care Act. Sections 2 through 5 provide definitions for this bill. Section 5.5 defines reproductive health services, meaning any medical, surgical, counseling, or referral services relating to the human reproductive system, including without limitation services relating to pregnancy, contraception, miscarriage, in vitro fertilization, or any procedure or care found by a competent medical professional to be appropriate based upon the wishes of a patient and in accordance with the laws of the state. The definition is nearly identical to that of SB 131, of which the governor signed into law on May 30th. Section 6 prohibits further state or local entities from enacting any substantial burden to healthcare providers prescribing or individuals seeking any type of reproductive health care. Section 7 outlines the legal process to review any restrictive changes to reproductive health care and codifies the process by which a person, a provider of health care, may initiate court proceedings challenging inaccessibility. Section 8 of the bill, as amended, outlines changes to the state plan for Medicaid. Subsection 1H changes provisions to include coverage for any clinical services relating to contraceptive care. Of note on this committee, Section 8, Subsection 6 is where the fiscal note arises. Subsection 6 directs DHHS to cover the cost of translation or interpretive services for Medicaid recipients. The federal government reimburses state costs for these services at 75% for Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP, recipients, and 50% rate for all other Medicaid recipients. The subsection further requires the department to set the rate of compensation for services similar to other states. Section 9 to 20, I apologize, those are old remarks. And thank you. At this time, I'm ready for any questions.
Thank you very much. All right, any questions from the committee on this? So I see sections 9 through 20 deleted, and the total fiscal on this is like 125. Is that what I'm seeing, or is there more than that? Please join us. I'm doing my second grade math up here.
I know. Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. Stacy Weeks for the record, Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy. Real quick, for state fiscal year 24, the state general fund impact is $15,000, 102. State fiscal year 2025, state general fund impact is $23,449. In total for the biennium, it's $38,551. And this is, again, to cover the cost of translation services for recipients when tied to contraceptives.
Okay, I'm sorry. So those numbers that you just gave us are not the numbers that are in section 20.5. So that is the
state general fund.
Okay,
Madam
perfect.
Chair.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that we were clear.
Yes.
All right, any questions? Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you say that it must cover the language or interpreter, do you mean that each provider has to have somebody that to be an interpreter? Like in my office, I would have to have a Spanish-speaking person that the state would hire or pay for if I hired somebody just to be there for interpretation as an interpreter?
Supplementaries for the record. So this is specific related to the reimbursement for Medicaid for translation services.
That's what I just meant. So if I hire a translator in my office, there's going to be a billing code for that?
Madam Chair, committee members, Stacy Weeks for the record, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
That made it a lot better, didn't it? All right, any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you, Assemblywoman. We'll go to those in support. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Saunders, Policy Director, Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, here in support of the bill. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Got a great agenda today. Elise Monroy Marsala, on behalf of the Nevada Primary Care Association, we support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, we'll go to Las Vegas and BPS phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 383, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Chair and the committee. Shelby Swartz from Battleborn Progress. We are calling in strong support of this bill because every Nevadan deserves guaranteed access to contraception and reproductive freedom. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of this committee. This is Catherine Nielsen, Executive Director for the Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities. We are in strong support of this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any additional callers?
Yes, Chair, one moment.
Hi again, Madam Chair and the hardworking committee still. Dora Martinez with Nevada Disability Action Coalition. Me too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Chair, there are no more callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll go to opposition here in Carson City. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, everybody. Melissa Clement with Nevada Right to Life, MELISSACLEMENT. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, for the hard work you're doing. I appreciate it on a Saturday afternoon. AB 383, we're opposed to this. From what it looks like, there are three main things: translation, birth control, and abortion services, reproductive health care. The first two we don't have a problem with, obviously. Recently, Planned Parenthood attempted to build an abortion facility in the city of West Wendover. The citizens, through their elected city council members, successfully fought off this attempt by voting it down. AB 383 was written to create a privileged class of businesses, abortion facilities, and strip local government's ability to regulate it. This is particularly dangerous for our communities along the I-80 corridor. I would point out that this is very similar to cannabis. Local communities, some of them like it, some of them don't, and they get to choose. They get to vote. I don't want marijuana in my community. People those communities should be able to say, we don't want abortion in our community. We don't want it in the next to a school. We don't want it here or there. We've heard a lot this session about abortion rights, but you are now bleeding over into abortion mandates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I don't believe this bill covers abortion, but thank you for your comments. Go ahead, Ms. Hanson.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Janine Hansen. I'm the state president of Nevada Families for Freedom, and I don't see how it doesn't apply to abortion when it has to do with reproductive health care services and businesses. We would call it the Planned Parenthood Abortion Profits Protection Act. We don't oppose the part about contraceptives or translation. That's fine, but our concerns are mandating local communities because it's anti-democratic, it's anti-local government, it's dictatorial, and it's retroactive. This bill is retroactive. So because Wendover may have voted not to have the Planned Parenthood clinic in their community, it would be retroactive and they couldn't do that. And certainly, I think that is anti-democratic. We are very concerned about mandating abortion clinics that may end up next to schools, next to churches, next to community centers, and next to homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, any additional opposition here in Carson City? Seeing none in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone lines, please. BPS when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 383, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Caller, you are unmuted and you may begin. Caller with the last 3 digits, 258, you are unmuted and you may begin. Chair, it looks like the caller is not, caller, you are unmuted, you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. This is Jim DeGraffenried. I'm Nevada's Republican National Committeeman in opposition to AB 383 on behalf of the Nevada Republican Party. We echo the comments of Ms. Clement and Ms. Hansen. We believe that this is an overreach into local control, and we are also disturbed by the fact that it is retroactive and would damage some of our rural communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other callers, BPS?
Yes, Chair. One moment, please. Caller, you are unmuted and you may begin.
Thank you. This is Lynn Chapman, and I'm state treasurer of the Independent American Party. We are opposed to this bill for all the reasons that were already stated. To make it quick, we're really concerned about the overreach and worried about how counties will not be able to make their own decisions for their own people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Caller, next caller, please.
Chair, there are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to neutral here in Carson City. Las Vegas, see none. BPS on the phone lines.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 383, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. And Senator Wynn.
I heard some of the comments that were brought up in opposition, and I'm looking at Section 6 on page 3 of the bill. And if you go to line 18, 19, and 20, it says the provisions of Section 2 through 7 inclusive of this act do not apply to NRS 442.250 or the implementation of NRS 442.250. And I went to that section, and so abortion is specifically not included and does not apply. Is that correct?
Assemblyman Torres, for the record, thank you for the question, Senator Wynn, and that is correct. So I know that there was a lot of conversation, and we received a lot of individuals that reached out and did not want this to apply to abortion. It does not apply. Additionally, I would like to add on that this also would not exclude, like you could not, it does not mean that a clinic could just open up in a residential area, because normal planning and zoning from local government ordinances would still apply. So this really has to do with access to contraception, and this bill does not have to do with access to abortion services at all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And Assemblywoman, you don't have anything else in front of me today. All right, thank you very much. And with that, we will go to Assembly Bill 255. Do we have Assemblywoman Cohen in the room? Oh, yay, bingo. Come on up. And go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. I'm Leslie Cohen, representing Assembly District 29. Thank you for hearing Assembly Bill 255. Here's just some basic information about the Adoption Assistance Program, which is the subject of AB 255. The Adoption Assistance Program was enacted in accordance with the Child Welfare Assistance Act of 1980. The subsidy encourages and supports families in adopting children with special needs from foster care by enabling families to adopt without placing an undue financial burden on the family. It provides a subsidy based on the child's special needs rather than the adoptive family's income. The child is in the custody of the Child Welfare Agency or Nevada licensed child placing agency through termination of parental rights and or relinquishment for 6 months. And there was an effort made to locate an adoptive family who could adopt without the subsidy assistance. The child must meet the following requirements: not yet 18 years old, cannot or should not be returned to the birth parents, and meets one of the criteria for special needs. The monthly adoption assistance payment may be negotiated up to but not exceed the monthly foster care maintenance rate. And so what the bill does is really simple. Currently, an agency which provides child welfare services may provide financial assistance to a family that adopts a child with special needs until the child attains the age of majority, becomes self-sustaining, is emancipated, or dies, whichever occurs first. This bill would allow the subsidy to continue out until the child reaches 18 years of age if the child is not enrolled in school, or 19 years of age if the child is enrolled in school, graduates from high school, if the child is at least 18 years of age, becomes self-supporting, is emancipated, or dies. And basically the language mirrors what we do for the child support statute. In my practice as a family law attorney, I just always assumed that we had our child support go out until the child turns 18 or graduates from high school, because we know that when they turn 18, when they're still in high school, they're not automatically self-supporting. The student is still living at home, they're going to school, and that's why child support continues generally until they graduate. At the hearing in the policy committee, we heard testimony about the importance of getting these kids through high school. If the subsidy cuts off before graduation, some families might find it necessary to have their child go out and work, and that's putting the ability of the child to graduate in jeopardy. So I think, just kind of to sum it up, I think we need to be clear about something about this subsidy. These children are fully adopted. Their parents have the rights and responsibility of all parents in raising their children, but at the same time, we shouldn't forget that at some point in these children's lives, these children were the responsibility of the state. These adoptive families made their families whole by adopting these children, but the families also took on the financial responsibility that our state would otherwise be required to bear. So with that, I am available for questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Senator Gansard?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill. So this goes to 18. I mean, we've been looking at, and it's probably to keep the fiscal note down, we've looked at 21 and like 26. And is that mostly because you're trying to keep the fiscal note down? Because I imagine, I mean, their needs don't go away when they turn 18.
Right. I mean, certainly if the children were able to continue to receive, and the families were continuing to receive the subsidy until later, I would be very happy with that and would step down. But when I put in this age, I was specifically thinking about the way we do child support, thinking at a minimum we should get these kids through high school.
Assemblywoman, would you confirm the fiscal note on this?
Yes, so for the fiscal year 2023 through 2024, it would be 180,000. Oh, those are breaking down the counties. I'm sorry. It was about 1.5-ish, whatever the fiscal note had. It was, I think it was a little different. I talked to Administrator Pitlock from DCFS. Oh, you're here. Okay. I'll phone a friend.
Nothing like your phone a friend slipping in behind you. Go ahead, please, Ms. Young.
Good afternoon, Melanie Young, Deputy Administrator. For the record, the fiscal impact on this in fiscal year 2024 is $1,750,997. That is split between federal 4E dollars and state general fund. And in state fiscal year 2025, the fiscal impact is $1,978,567, again split between general fund and 4E.
Thank you very much. All right, any questions regarding this particular bill? All right, Senator Titus.
So can you clarify how much would actually be general fund and how much would be federal funds? Because I think that makes a difference. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Melanie Young, Deputy Administrator. For the record, through you, Senator Chair, to Senator Titus.
You can go straight.
Thank you. The general fund in fiscal year 2024 is $733,450. In fiscal year 2025, it's $855,187, and this would fund the adoption subsidies for all child welfare jurisdictions, rural Washoe and Clark counties.
How many children do you think that would cover?
Good question. It would take me a minute to look that up. If you'd like me to, I can get that.
Well, you can just send it to us, I think, Madam Chair, if that's all right. I was just interested how many children we'd be able to cover with
Yes, if you'll just send that to us.
And if I may, Leslie Cohen, Assembly District 29, when I spoke to Administrator Pitlock, they did this based on the children that are getting the subsidy right now. So every year it's going to fluctuate because they graduate or they turn 18 at different times versus when they graduate, and it's a different number of kids every year. It's a different number of months before graduation for kids each year, graduation each year. But she said that when I spoke to her, she said they did base this on the children receiving the subsidy right now.
Ballpark on that?
I don't remember. It's been a really long session. I'm sorry. Leslie Cohen, thanks.
It's the same 120 days. Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any additional questions, so we'll go to support for Assembly Bill 255. Seeing no support, Las Vegas on the phone lines, BPS when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 255, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Cohen for the record. Stephen with a V. Cohen as in the sponsor of this bill. Thank you, and I yield.
Next caller, please.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Madam Chair and the hardworking committee. Getting smarter by the minute. This is a common sense bill, and we thank the awesome, amazing Leslie Cohen for sponsoring this bill. Please support it, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is Catherine Nielsen again from the Developmental Disabilities Council, and we ditto all of the other support testimony. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Here, there are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to opposition here in Carson City. Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 255, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to neutral. I had to think about where I was. Here in Carson City, Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 255, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. Closing comments, Assemblywoman? And do you have any other bills in here? Okay, very good. You're excused. All right. Thank you very much. And with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 255, and we will go to Assembly Bill 257. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Liz Ortenberger for the record. Assembly Bill 257 provides the same no-cost examination for victims of strangulation as we currently have in place for victims. Oh, here's the Assemblywoman. You're right. So currently, it provides the same no-cost examination for victims of strangulation as we currently have in place for victims of sexual assault. As you may know, strangulation is the most lethal indicator we have of domestic violence escalating towards homicide. A victim on one strangulation is 750% more likely to be strangled and most women do not call 911 until they've been strangled 5 times, escalating their chances of lethality. This bill has a $4.3 million fiscal note over the biennium that covers the maximum case scenario of what we estimate to be 120 exams monthly within the state, and the maximum cost of the exam at $1,500. However, it is unknown. We work with 80 victims a month of strangulation at SafeNest that do not get an exam. It is unknown, given additional barriers, how many will actually take advantage, but this does give us the opportunity to at least provide an option of a no-cost examination for victims in this space. Thank you.
Go ahead, please. Did you have something you were going to say, Mr. Horn?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is William Horn with Strategies 360. I represent SafeNest in this regard, and I was here to provide answers that maybe Ms. Ortenberger could not have. So if the committee has an answer, I'm happy to. Otherwise, we can turn it over to fiscal and to outline those costs or give you a history on how the fiscal note was removed and then placed back on.
That would be very helpful because we understand the fiscal was put back on yesterday. So is that you that would like to do that?
Sure. I mean, I can, Madam
I don't
Chair,
want
for
to
the
put you
record,
on the
William
hot
Horn.
seat, sir.
As you know, I'm accustomed to that, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, and it's my pleasure. Please go ahead.
I know this. Initially, the way the bill in its original form had the language was changed from that, which removed, it had a mandate that not only that you cannot charge a patient presenting for examination for strangulation, but that the county that in which they present would have to absorb that cost. And we changed the language to kind of make it permissive that the counties could seek reimbursement to the extent that funds were available in the account, in the victims of crime account. Later, and so that removed the fiscal note, but on further assessment and that new language, it was still determined that there are other costs that just were not accounted for. And so they made an estimate by the approximation of patients that are victims that may present, et cetera. And I believe that SafeNest can talk to the numbers that actually do present typically and those who don't. But we were hoping that the committee could see fit to either one, allow the agency to, or the county to, the agency to come to IFC should those funds be depleted, and we can have that in there, or this body can decide to appropriate the funds, or at least some funds at a cap, to allow it to go forward. And there's another measure out there that's going to study this particular issue as well. It has not been taken up yet, and that's ACR 6. I know you don't typically bring up other legislative measures in committee, but those are the two options that possibly see that could address this problem. But I don't want to step on the toes of HHS agency.
Thank you very much. And I know that this is not the policy committee, but what makes this type of examination, if you will, so expensive? Or is it that we have so many?
Liz Ortenberger for the record. It's twofold. The examination has a range from $500 to $1,500. The reason for that is that 50% of strangulation, even lethal strangulation, has no physical signs to the eye. So they have to use imaging, and that imaging can go from a simple camera that looks at subdermal bruising all the way up to an MRI or a CAT scan to be looking for broken bones or carotid damage. So that's why there's a range on the exam, and that's what makes it expensive. And we have a high volume.
Thank you very much. Question, Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was listening to the solutions, but one thing you said was that, it takes up to 5 incidences before they may report, but you're not sure that all of the, victims may actually come and receive this. So wouldn't it be better to just try to get an idea of what is going to be your potential caseload, and then we hold some money in IFC after we see what that caseload is? I'm thinking the reverse, not let the money be expended and then, come to IFC, but at least get an idea of what your potential caseload is. Because what it sounded like is that HHS, there's approximations, right? And it's not clear. And so it's based on the highest amount versus what's known.
Liz Ortenberger for the record. Within the ecosystem of domestic violence, I think it would be detrimental to ask a survivor, if that opportunity was available for you, would you be willing to get a strangulation exam, and then say that's going to be $500 to $1,500 out of pocket? And apologize if I misunderstood the question.
No, what I'm saying is that from my understanding, the fiscal note was off, now the fiscal note's on, right, for $4.3 million.
Yes.
Maybe half, right, $2 million, hold $2 million in reserve, and then let's see what the caseload is like.
Absolutely. So Liz Ortenberger for the record. So that is what the state of Colorado did when they enacted this legislation, is they put a governor on it for exactly that reason. They studied it, and then they said, where are we in terms of how many are actually taking advantage? So that is an option.
I know that there's a part of our state plan that covers certain things through the VAWA monies that are in there. Is this included on that at this point?
Liz Ortenberger for the record, it is not.
All right. Any additional questions, Senator Gansard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so in looking at this, what I'm concluding is that you need to have that record so that someone can be charged appropriately. And so we know we have higher levels of outcomes or prosecutions for strangulation. Is that partly why you want to do this?
Liz Ortenberger for the record, it's twofold. One is for the health of the victim, and the second is for if that survivor is choosing to go forward with prosecution, they have the appropriate exam so that they can seek justice with the forensic exam in hand.
Thank you. And with domestic violence, so many individuals don't necessarily look for prosecution right away. It takes them some time. And so I kind of like the idea of setting aside some money. I had a niece who was the victim of domestic violence. It was eventually killed, and the person who was her offender strangled her. So I think this is incredibly important because I don't think he was appropriately charged, most likely because they didn't have the evidence to raise the level of prosecution. Thank you.
Senator Wynn.
This legislation doesn't ask the state to amend the state plan to include the strangulation, so we could conceivably put this money into that VAWA account, which would allow us to recoup that money at 75 cents, I think, for every dollar. Is it 85 cents now? I don't know. It's pretty high.
Good afternoon, Melanie Young, Deputy Administrator. For the record, this is not covered under the state plan and is not eligible currently for the federal funding that comes through the Victims of Crime Compensation Plan. There are conversations happening at a federal level that we anticipate that it's going that way. Part of what makes that a challenge is the victim, to be eligible for federal dollars, has to apply themselves for the funds. Since this is coming in through the counties, it's not currently something that the federal funds would be eligible for.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, why aren't we just putting this money in there and then matching it with federal dollars? So currently under federal law, you can't seek this kind of compensation from, our counties can't seek this kind of compensation through those matching dollars.
Thank you very much. Additional questions from the committee? Why was the fiscal note taken off, then put back on?
Thank you, Melanie Young, Deputy Administrator. For the record, when the bill came out, there was Section 2, which required the Victims of Crime Compensation Fund to, it didn't require, it was permissive, said may be able to reimburse the counties for these funds. However, that was deleted by amendment, and we interpreted that it was to remove the fiscal note, so we removed the fiscal note. However, during the testimony in Ways and Means, we understood that it was the intent of this program to still fund the reimbursement to the counties, so we put the fiscal note back on because there is still a fiscal impact, and agreed that we don't know what that fiscal impact is, and these are estimates.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes, Senator Neal,
So,
please go ahead.
Since Section 2 was deleted, did Ways account for this $4.3 million over the biennium, or is it not accounted for?
Melanie Young, Deputy Administrator. I'm not aware that it was accounted for because in Ways and Means, it was interpreted that there was no fiscal impact to this bill.
Okay, got it.
So what I'm trying to wrap my head around is if the Victims of Crime Fund is reimbursing the victim, how do they reimburse the county? They can't, can they? So does the money go direct to the victim? How does that work?
So Melanie Young, Deputy Administrator. For the record, I view this as that could happen in two parts. So if the victim were to pay for this exam, they could apply to the Victims of Crime Compensation Fund for reimbursement, and that would likely be an eligible expense because they're applying on behalf. But because of the way it's written right now, the way the county is being reimbursed because the county's funding the cost, it's not approved on a federal level. So this is just a little bit different than the SANE exams, the sexual assault exams that are done. That is an approved federal expense. Hopefully that answers the question.
Chair, if I may follow up on that, of the 80, Liz Ortenberger, for the record, thank you. As a follow-up to that, the 80 clients that we work with, 95% are below the poverty line, and women at and below the poverty line are 5 times more likely to be victims of abuse, which is why the reimbursement is cumbersome.
All right. Any additional questions? So, Mr. Horn. Earlier you said it was permissive. So are they required to reimburse? Or is it permissive and they can do this as to the extent resources are available?
As I read, Madam Chair, for the record, William Horn, as I read the amended bill, this makes it permissive for counties to seek reimbursement to the extent that funds are available. The county doesn't mandate that the county must seek reimbursement from the state. It just says they may seek reimbursement to the extent that funds are available.
Senator Wynn.
I know that this is an incredibly sensitive time when someone has been and is willing to come to the hospital or come to a facility to undergo this invasive kind of like, examination, but have the counties that are covering this currently when they do it, are they not covering it because it's too expensive? Are they covering it and they're just looking for additional ways to pay for that? Could they set up a situation where they help people fill out that information to get that individually reimbursed? Or
Liz Ortenberger, for the record, the information that we have is anecdotal because there's no data in this space. But when our clients go to UMC for reimbursement, the first thing they are met with is the cost. This exam will cost you $500 to $1,500, $500 to $1,500, and that is almost an immediate no. So there is no ecosystem set up for victims to get support around this other than what agencies like mine are willing to provide.
how does it work with the SANE exam? Because that is covered. So are they performing that and then helping them go through the reimbursement? They're just choosing. So it sounds like we're talking about UMC. So is this UMC not covering the strangulation examination, but covering the SANE examination because they've made some sort of determination?
Liz Ortenberger, for the record, yes, if you walk in and have a SANE examination, you're not provided with any cost. It is free. So you walk in and receive that.
And the federal government currently has the ability for them to collect that reimbursement from the county. Or the county has the ability to collect that reimbursement. Maybe that's for Ms. Pitlock.
Thank you, Melanie Young, Deputy Administrator. For the record, in NRS 217, it allows the counties to seek reimbursement from the Victims of Crime Compensation Fund up to about $10,000 a year. And so because it's in there that way and allowed by the federal guidelines, then that is an approved federal expense that we could seek reimbursement for.
Is that 10,000 per person or is that 10,000 total?
Thank you, Melanie Young, Deputy Administrator. For the record, that is $10,000 per county per year.
Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the issue that I'm having is not the public policy that's in the bill. It's that I think Ways moved a bill thinking it was clean, and now we have a $4.3 million fiscal note over the biennium. That's now being presented in this committee. And I think that's the thing that needs to be reconciled. Not necessarily, we've asked some really good questions, but I think that is what needs to be reconciled. Because the assumption is that 4.3 million is sitting on this side of the house versus what would have been settled on the other side of the house and dealt with. But you remove the fiscal note by the deletion of Section 2, and then yesterday the 4.3 million is on here. I think that to me is the concern.
Would you like that addressed, Senator? Assemblywoman, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Chandra Summers Armstrong, and I'm the Assembly Representative for Assembly District 6 in Las Vegas, Nevada. I am sponsoring this bill on behalf of Safe Nest and the people in the community that need this type of a service. I apologize profusely that there is a misunderstanding, had been, and this bill got out of the Assembly without an appropriation. I don't know where the miscommunication was, but it is my bill, and I have to take responsibility for not being clear. We changed the language at the behest of Clark County so that we were clear that this examination would fit under the standards for reimbursement for victims of crime. And that would be that it's for the benefit of the person. And that is a permissible expense from the victims of crime. If we are looking in this examination to ensure that there's no damage, permanent damage, that could be physically impairing the victim, that's why the language was changed, and that would make it fall into an expense that would be reimbursable. I don't know where the breakdown in communication came. All I can tell you is that it got out of the House, out of the Assembly without money attached, and now we are coming hat in hand to you asking for your assistance. I don't believe that your request, Senator Neal, to sort of do this in phased amounts is unreasonable. I think that what we see with the request for ACR 6 is going to answer some of the questions that you are asking about how often this would be used, but we're trying to run these things concurrently, so to be able to fund the examinations that we need right now, but at the same time, we have a list of things in ACR 6 that we've developed with the advocacy groups as well as with the Public Defender's Office and the DAs, and trying to find and gather the data to help us move forward. The question is, do we not do anything at this point? We already know we have victims. Do we do nothing and then wait until that comes back, or do we set aside a few dollars to at least get us moving and get some of the victims who might come forward an examination without them having to pay out of pocket or fight with their insurance companies later? So if you have any further questions, I'd be willing to answer.
So the way I'm reading this is that the counties must, but the state may reimburse. And so with that being said, I guess I'm confused why this, with all due respect, that the fiscal note popped up, because it's really a county fiscal note, not a state fiscal note. Because, I mean, in plain language, the state doesn't have to reimburse, but the county does have to pay.
Chandra Summers Armstrong for the record, ma'am. This is a heavy lift for us to drop on the county. They could have prepared. This bill has been out since the first of the year, and when the fiscal note was removed, they also have their own budgetary process. I do believe that someone is here from the Clark County right now who might want to speak to this. They believe that they would be able to at least seek reimbursement with the current language so that they could offset. You know, we all know that, you know, Clark County is a huge county, and I'm not here to advocate for them, but I also have to be honest because my district lies within Clark County, and I know the responsibility they have and what they have to fund on a regular basis. And this is not a cheap undertaking, and I think their concern has been that they not be left with an unfunded mandate and the total burden when there were supposed to be victims of crime funds for them to be able to at least seek some reimbursement for.
Correct. And I understand that, and we will call up the county and hear from them.
Yes, ma'am.
I just, once again, with all due respect, I mean, I can't babysit, or you can't babysit, or we as a legislative body can't babysit everybody. So, you know, and I'm guessing maybe they're opposed to this because if they don't want to pay for it, and it says must. So we'll have them come up when we do testimony, and we'll see what happens. All right, with that, we'll go to support for Assembly Bill 257.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Serena Evans. I'm the Policy Director for the Nevada Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence. Far too long, the burden of receiving these exams have fallen on the victim survivor. Our current systems are not set up to support them, and so this is a very victim-centered approach, and we urge this committee's passage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional support here in Carson City? Seeing none in Las Vegas, anyone on the phone lines, please BPS when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 257, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. In opposition, here in Carson City, Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 257, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you very much. In neutral. Now make sure you're in neutral. Because if you're not, you get to testify in opposition. Go ahead, please. And I grade this, so go ahead.
Just a little bit of pressure here. Jeff Rogan, R-O-G-A-N, on behalf of Clark County. I'm happy to answer any questions. Just by way of background, we worked a lot with the Assemblywoman on this bill when it was in the other house. Washoe was also involved a bit as well. And the Assemblywoman was correct when the language that first came out, there was a problem for reimbursement through VOCA funds, and that's why the amendments were made in the other house. But every county understood that the language, once amended, was for the availability to seek reimbursement through VOCA. Unfortunately, I think the state interpreted it a little bit differently, which is why they removed their fiscal note. But if you look at the counties, all of the counties and most of the cities, their fiscal notes were always zero because of their belief that we could seek reimbursement. We still think the language right now is that reimbursement, but Chair, you are correct. You do not have to fund, you do not have to provide that, and if it is, it's on the counties. I have not spoken with our finance to determine what our position would be should you decide not to provide that. And I can certainly find out and provide that information to the committee later on this afternoon.
Okay. Don't go anywhere, but you did good.
Can I just clarify,
Yes,
Chair?
Senator
Okay.
Wynn.
Okay, I think
He's
I
not in
understand
trouble
this. I think I
yet, so
understand
let's see if
this.
we can keep him out of trouble.
So when this was initially put into place, we thought we could get reimbursement through those VOCA funds. We later learned that we can't get that money through VOCA funds because it is not authorized currently by federal law. Is that our regulation? And so in order to fund that mandate now, we need that 4-point-something million. If the bill stays intact.
Chair, may I go direct? Jeff Rogan on behalf of Clark County. Senator Wynn, I think you're partially correct. We did have to change the language because there was a problem seeking, we would not have the ability to seek VOCA funds as the bill originally intended under the original language, so it was changed. But again, I think if the counties had read the amended language to place the mandate on them, and there was always going to be a question of whether the state was going to appropriate funds for that, we would have put a fiscal note on it, and I'm sure the other counties would have put a fiscal note on it. But our interpretation of it was at the time that it did not require a fiscal note, and the state would be reimbursing.
But in the language that's in here, it says that they must pay the costs and they may, to the extent money is available for that purpose. So, I mean, I read this as you're on the hook for it unless we have money.
Senator Wynn, to that question, yes. And VOCA usually has money. Right now, they don't have a lot of money, as I'm sure. I missed the beginning of the hearing, but I'm sure they mentioned that they're at an all-time low in terms of their financial situation right now. So I think that language, when we read it, was because of that lack of funds presently, whereas before COVID, they had quite a bit more, though whatever million they're estimating this to be at the high end would have been a significant amount of their funds as well, to be fair to them.
Madam Chair.
Senator Neal.
So I have two questions. Number one, how much is left in the VOCA fund?
Good afternoon, Melanie Young, Deputy Administrator for the record. And we're estimating at the end of this fiscal year to be a little over $1 million in the VOCA fund that we'll be balancing forward. As we've been communicating throughout this budget process and before the committees, the fund would become insolvent, and now there's a general fund appropriation to keep the funds at the level of reimbursement for victims today. So this is not a budgeted expense to be able to pay for the strangulation exams from the Victims of Crime Compensation Fund.
Okay, so that makes it a third question. So the general fund appropriation that is making that account whole is how much?
Melanie Young, Deputy Administrator for the record. I believe it's a little over $2 million each year of the biennium, but I would have to double check that.
So, okay, so right now, what bill number, is that in the appropriations bill? So right now, there's $2 million each year, so $4 million over the biennium that will make the victim, well, that's a little bit more than that. That's $6 million. That's $6 million. So, oh, this hasn't been, so, okay. I don't know what, can I use the veto number bills? No, I'm sorry. Anyway, okay, I digress. Whatever was in the vetoed bill. But, okay. Oh, Lord.
Going on around here.
Okay, so in the one that doesn't exist, 2 million, you had 2 million per year to make you whole in the Victims of Crime Fund.
Melanie Young, Deputy Administrator for the record. I believe it was about that, but I would like to go back to the budget and look at what was the final number.
And okay, but it's, in theory, you would have had 5 million because there was 1 million in residue. And none of that was anticipated to be used for the purposes of AB 257.
Melanie Young, Deputy Administrator, that is correct. The budget is not currently funding these expenses, and so these are not considered in what we have in the budget today.
Got it. So thank you for that. So now, Mr. Rogan, so if this is a very important public policy issue for the county, and the county is already operating, what does the county have that can be expended for at least some of these cases? Let's say, because the fiscal note from HHS represented that there could be approximately 120 examinations. Would the county at least be willing to pay for 60 of those examinations? Because that's an approximation number, but that may not be the number.
Jeff Rogan, on behalf of Clark County. Senator Neal, you're putting me in quite a spot.
Yeah.
I can say that this would be from our general fund. So, and if this committee and this legislature decides that we are to fund all of these or some of these or provide 50%, of course we're going to do that, knowing that and representing on behalf of Clark County that it would be an unfunded mandate, and we'd love to actually have the state's help in funding it.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, because I struggle with this because I'm going to say, I've said this in another hearing, I'm probably going to say it now and then get in trouble. So I'll just get in trouble. Because you're saying it's going to come from your general fund and it would be an unfunded mandate. But you realize that this is one of the sessions where you guys are pledging your tax revenue for a stadium. Yes?
Jeff Rogan on behalf of Clark County.
Good job, Miss Young. I'd excuse myself as well.
Pass.
Remember, you're in neutral, so you can do that.
I think what's going on with what's going on with the A's bills would actually be issuance of bonds, and we're not taking general fund dollars in order to participate in the creation of that stadium if it does pass this body. So it's a little bit different than actually funding something like this, which is taking general fund dollars and providing the services and paying for the services of these for these experts.
But what I mean by that is that you're willing to take technically a risk on something, in theory. And to me, the risk should probably be for citizens who have been strangled, right? So if we're going to gamble, roll dice, we should roll dice on strangulation victims versus an Oakland A's stadium with potentially 9,000 visitors. Just saying.
You don't have to answer that.
I was just going to ask if that was a question.
You don't have to answer that
Thank you
because
so
we have
much.
not brought that bill forward, nor have we voted on it. So
Thank you.
You are excused from the hot seat.
Thanks very much.
All righty. With that, I would just probably will get in trouble too. So what I was going to say, I won't. And with that, we'll close the hearing. Do you have any additional comments, Assemblywoman? Okay. All right. Oh, we have not gone to neutral on the phone. I apologize. Neutral on the phone, BPS.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 257, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. And now I will close the hearing. Thank you, Assemblywoman, for being with us today. And we will move on to Assemblywoman Backus, AB 258.
Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair Nguyen and committee members. I'm Shay Backus, for the record, representing Assembly District 37. Thank you for the opportunity to present Assembly Bill 258, which seeks to find the appropriate balance between the government power and people's right to privacy. Specifically, AB 258 would require government entities to keep 501c nonprofit information confidential. The bill does include a list of exemptions to this requirement. For example, this bill does not change or weaken any current disclosures required by state campaign finance, nonprofit, or corporate registration laws. Additionally, AB 258 would prohibit state agencies from collecting sensitive information related to 501c nonprofits, membership, volunteer list, or donor records, unless there is a legitimate reason to do so, as outlined in Section 2, Subsection 3 of this bill. Since this bill was recently assigned to this committee, I'd be happy to walk the committee through this bill if you wish, Vice Chair Nguyen, or we could stand ready for questions.
Just Senator Nguyen. What was I going to say? Do we have any questions from the committee about the policy? I know everyone's had an opportunity to review the documents online as well as that were presented today. Would you talk more a little bit about the fiscal impact?
I'd be happy to talk about the fiscal aspect of it. So with what we're proposing here has actually been implemented in about 15 other states, and over the last 5 years there has yet to be brought a civil suit either to enjoin the state from releasing such confidential information or for any damages. And with that, in Assembly Ways and Means, the committee elected to put the money that the Office of Attorney General was requesting for one Deputy Attorney General and one compliance investigator into reserves, so that if there comes a time that the Office of Attorney General realizes if they need additional help, that they could come to the interim finance committee to seek those funds, and that was amended into the bill.
I have a question, and I'll give our committee members an opportunity to kind of take a look at this and absorb it. This isn't something that is currently something that the Attorney General is seeking out to be able to investigate. This just gives them the opportunity if they need to come before IFC and get that additional funding.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, Shay Backus, for the record. It was more the concerns that they would need additional help should there be litigation. And then another thing, and you may hear about this in some of the opposition from some of the city and counties, was concerns that they may have to redact information. With the information that's being protected in this bill, it's very limited and straightforward. It's like donor lists, volunteer lists of nonprofits. So with that limited amount of information, it was determined more appropriate to put in reserves.
Do we have any questions? I thought I saw Senator Gokachia kind of stirring over there. No questions? Seeing no questions from the committee, if we'll go ahead and start testimony in support. And again, we are currently in support of Assembly Bill 258.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Saunders, and I'm the Policy Director with the Progressive Leadership Alliance in Nevada. Plan alongside our partners, many who testified in the first hearing, including Battleborn Progress, 1APIA Nevada, SEIU, All Voting is Local Action, Planned Parenthood Votes Nevada, and the Nevada Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence, urge your support of this bill. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, Madam Vice Chair. It's nice to be on a bill that we can agree with both sides. We've supported this bill from the beginning. My name is Janine Hansen. I'm the state president of Nevada Families for Freedom. In 2021, there was a bill in this legislature, SB 62, that would have exposed the donors and so forth of nonprofits. We continue to be concerned about this. There was a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruling in California which overturned the Attorney General's lawsuit against Americans for Prosperity over there to turn over their donors, and it was based on the First Amendment rights of speech and association. They cited in their decision NAACP versus Alabama in light of threats, protests, boycotts, and reprisals that can take place for those who are politically associated. So this is a very important bill to protect those who have diverse ideologies and who have many volunteers and who need to be protected from invasion by invasive practices of government. Thank you.
Anyone else here to testify in support, or and seeing no one in Las Vegas? Broadcast Services, anyone on the line?
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 258, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon. This is Lynn Chapman, and I'm the state treasurer of the Independent American Party. And we, too, are in support of AB 258. I don't think we need to stop people from freely joining or participating with various groups, either volunteering or working, donating to various groups. We should be encouraging people to participate and freely joining. So this bill would really help in the long run. So me too. Thank you very much.
Chair, there are no more callers in support at this time.
Thank you. Is there anyone to testify in opposition? Anyone in opposition? No. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, David Cherry, Government Affairs Manager for the City of Henderson, and I'm also here on behalf of Stephen Wood, who's the Government Affairs Liaison for Carson City, who's in another committee. We are both in opposition to AB 258 because of the severe compliance burden it would place on local governments who will be caught in a catch-22 between requirements to keep information confidential under this bill and to disclose information under Nevada's public records law. AB 258 would subject local governments to civil damages, including a treble penalty in certain instances, as well as court costs and attorney's fees. And because of this bill's broad scope and vague language, we see litigation as a likely scenario. To guard against this, local governments will need to spend additional time and resources on reviewing records and ensuring compliance, which is the basis for the fiscal note from Carson City and is echoed in the fiscal note submitted by the Office of Nevada's Attorney General. I think because this would be a new law, because its terms would be untested, its mechanism would be untested, that's why the Attorney General's office, why Carson City and other local governments are all concerned that litigation will be the outcome. And I would just like to offer to the committee a little perspective. I know the bill sponsor said that there was a small amount of information that was included in here, but if you read on page 8 the definition of what personal information is included here, it's without limitation any list, record, register, roster, or other data of any kind that includes a donation, name, address, or telephone number that directly or indirectly identifies a person as a donor of financial or non-financial support, member or volunteer of any nonprofit organization. So that is what we're going to have to be looking at all of our public records for, to see if any of that is contained. It's kind of like you have to go through the list and pair things up and choose which terms you want to put together and then say, do any of our records contain any of that? If so, we've got to look for all of that. We'd have to spend time searching for those and then redacting those. We think that'll put an additional burden on our staff who are, again, required to disclose certain information while also required to protect and keep certain information confidential. So thank you for the opportunity to present that to the committee.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to testify in opposition on 258? I don't see anyone here. I don't see anyone in Las Vegas. Broadcast Services, is there anyone on the line?
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 258, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. There are no callers in opposition at this time.
Neutral. I guess we're moving to neutral. Is there anyone here to testify in neutral? Nope. Seeing no one here. Seeing no one in Las Vegas. Broadcast Services. Anyone in neutral?
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 258, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. There are no callers in neutral at this time.
At this time, if I could call back the sponsor up to the table, I think we have some additional questions that may have been sparked from some of the testimony. If I can turn this over to Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair. I don't know. Senator Wynn. Yeah. I'm trying to understand, I guess on page 8, tell me your public policy purpose again for this. I know this is getting out, but I'm trying to figure out, what are you trying to eliminate exactly?
Thank you, Senator Neal. Shay Backus for the record. So the big high-level picture here is, and you can see the very diverse folks that are in support of this bill, is that basically, so nonprofit list of names is not being used against those individuals. So, for example, we had Planned Parenthood speaking in support of the bill, and in a situation if a list of individuals was on a Planned Parenthood list as donors or maybe active volunteers, and that person had worked at Chick-fil-A, and an elected official utilized that list or released it out there negligently or intentionally, there are different damages, minimal, if you brought a civil action if it came to that could be harm that individual if they were working for a company that wouldn't appreciate what lists are on. That's kind of an example I looked at. So that's like a high level, is just to basically protect people who are donors on nonprofit lists or volunteers, so it wouldn't be used against them. Around the country, and it's very bipartisan, where different people, whether they're running for office or in office, have either released such information or threatened to release such information. And that's what we're just trying to prevent here with this bill.
Any other questions or follow-up? Seeing none at this time, I will close. Do you have any further statements to make?
Yeah, I'd be happy to make it. I mean, we really worked with a lot of stakeholders, and as you can see, there's a lot of exemptions here of situations like, for example, if this information was secured by a warrant, or if the information was made publicly available, it was intended to be, there are exemptions to the rule. And I did also want to highlight, this is in our, I think it's chapter 288, or where it's intended, I guess it's going to go 239, that we're not trying to prevent, like, obviously access to public records with this bill either. I know there was a lot mentioned with respect to it, and I'm happy to answer if you have any more questions.
I think we're okay. So at this time, I will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 258. And thank you for your presentation, and turn this back over to the chair.
Thank you very much. And I think we will be ready for Assembly Bill 259, which is Assemblywoman Brown May. Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. It's great to be seen this afternoon. I appreciate your time and your energy. For the record, Tracy Brown May, Assembly District 42 in Clark County. I am very pleased to be here to present Assembly Bill 259 to you. It's my understanding this is the policy hearing as well as the finance hearing, so I will give you the 3 quick notes relative to this policy and what it does. This bill eliminates sub-minimum wage certificates from the state of Nevada effective January 1, 2028, which is 4 full years of transition for provider organizations that currently maintain, God bless you, a sub-minimum wage certificate. It provides for a time and transition plan for existing jobs and day training providers serving people with disabilities currently under the sub-minimum wage certificate, and it requires the Division of Aging and Disability Services to amend the Home and Community-Based Services waiver to include a new service benefits planning, which we have identified as the barrier to many of our folks with disabilities pursuing employment. Currently, there are 5 organizations in Nevada with active 14C sub-minimum wage certificates. Together, they're serving a total of 148 people with disabilities, and 2 of those organizations are currently in the process of transition, which is 125 of those people. That will leave 3 organizations with 24 people. It's been a long effort. I've personally spent about 10 years on this policy initiative. I'm proud to have said that we've had great success, and we have identified that the barrier really is there's a lack of a Medicaid waiver service we refer to as benefits planning, which helps people with disabilities understand how to maintain their federal benefits and still seek employment. The fiscal note relative to this bill, identified by the Division of Aging and Disability Services and Department of Medicaid, sorry. The general fund implications, $395,728.90, with federal matching dollars totaling $670,351.10, and that will serve 2,221 people on the current Home and Community-Based Services ID waiver. I do have the Dream Team in the audience. The administrator for the Division of Aging and Disability Services, Dina Schmidt, is here to confirm the fiscal note, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Questions from the committee? All right. Dream Team or not, you didn't get any. All righty. So with that, I will take those in support of Assembly Bill 259.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mary Przinski, here representing SNAP, the State of Nevada Association of Providers, and many members of SNAP have jobs and day training services, and we are in full support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional support? Las Vegas, seeing none. BPS, we'll go to the phone lines.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 259, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. This is Catherine Nielsen from the Developmental Disabilities Council again. I'm not going to repeat anything that the wonderful Assemblywoman said because she is right. She's been working a long time on this, and so has our council, and we are just really amazed that it's finally here and up in front of you guys today, because far too often people with disabilities are accepted to be unemployed or underemployed or to be paid fairly nothing. And so we're just really thankful that you guys are considering this measure and in support of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Additional support on the phone lines.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Collins for the record. Stephen with a D. Collins is in the Assemblywoman, no known relation. Ditto. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matthew Wilkie, W-I-L-K-I-E for the record, and calling in full support of Assembly Bill 259, and thank the Assemblywoman for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
March, sit, rest. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Dora Martinez representing the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. Sorry, sir, please don't touch my dog. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. This is Dora Martinez with the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. We thank the Assemblywoman Tracy Brown May for sponsoring this bill. It's a long time coming. Thank you. Have a terrific day.
Next caller, please.
Chair, there are no more callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to opposition here in Carson City, in Las Vegas. On the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 259, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to neutral here in Carson City, Las Vegas. On the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 259, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Hello there. Thank you for taking that call. My name is Christina Quattrone, Q-U-A-T-T-R-O-N-E. I actually want to support this bill. However, I just have some concern over the language in it, as it mentions after a certain amount of time that this would be applicable. So I'm just concerned about that. I don't want it to be like some 6-month period or something. I wish that had been a little more clear. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Chair, there are no more callers at this time.
All right. No closing remarks. Alrighty, then we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 259, and we will go to Assembly Bill 263. There you are, Assemblyman Watts. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. It's good to be back again. For the record, Howard Watts, representing Assembly District 15 in Clark County. It's my pleasure to present Assembly Bill 263 for your consideration today. I'll try and keep it brief and touch on both the policy and fiscal aspects of the bill. AB 263 seeks to help reduce the transmission of Legionella, which is the cause of Legionnaire's disease. Specifically focusing on water systems in certain healthcare facilities. Just some very quick background. Legionnaire's disease is a very significant illness. It tends to be distributed in larger buildings through cooling towers and other systems, but any water system where water sits can be a potential disease vector, and the complications of that are particularly severe for folks in healthcare facilities or who have complicating conditions. Because of that, in 2018, the Center for Medicare Services published a requirement to reduce Legionella risk in healthcare facility water systems to prevent outbreaks in those facilities. Again, while outbreaks have occurred in many different facilities, healthcare facilities have been one of them. CMS required essentially the development of a water management plan to reduce and prevent outbreaks in those facilities. And what this bill seeks to do is kind of enshrine some of those policies in state law and build upon them. So really what it's doing is requiring that covered healthcare facilities, which we started with a much broader list, now it essentially mirrors those facilities that are already under those CMS requirements to develop these plans, that they develop plans to, in alignment with certain existing standards to reduce the transmission of Legionella, and that those plans be developed and carried out by individuals who have had training specific to managing water systems to control and prevent the spread of Legionella. So that is really, at its foundation, what the bill seeks to do. If folks have questions about additional details in the language, I'm glad to go through a deeper walkthrough, but we'll save you from that otherwise. Additionally, you'll hear some concerns brought up about this bill. Again, you'll hear concerns that it's duplicative. I do think that we have aligned it with some of the federal policy, but again, are trying to build on it to make sure that we have the strongest development and execution of these plans. You'll also hear concerns that Legionella issues start with the main water supply, and I'll say that particularly in southern Nevada, but all of our main water supplies utilize chlorination in particular, but other water treatment practices that eliminate Legionella at the source. So the issue is that as that water travels throughout the system, it can reach other points where pathogens can be introduced, and that water can sit and lead to their multiplication. That's what we are seeking to do here. And you'll also hear that this legislation doesn't go far enough to cover other facilities where Legionella or Legionnaire's disease outbreaks occur. Again, I think that building on some of the existing policies that exist in healthcare facilities is a strong first step, and hopefully we can see some success, and then we can explore additional opportunities to address this issue moving forward. So, and then to the fiscal aspect, all the fiscal notes have been removed. If that has not, I've been advised that might not be fully reflected, but we do have representatives here who can confirm that. So there is no longer, with the revised definition of those covered healthcare facilities in Section 5, that removed all of the fiscal concerns related with the implementation of this bill from our state agencies. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we believe you. We don't need any documentation. We know where you work. Thank you very much. Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your concerns about this disease. You mentioned earlier in your testimony, since we didn't get to hear this in policy, and I know it was discussed on the other side. Real quick question. Do you know of any cases in healthcare facilities in Nevada? Because we do have federal regulation on this. Because I'm going to go forward and say the only cases we've had in Nevada that I can find recently were actually 2 cases at a resort in Las Vegas, at a Las Vegas resort in December of 2022, and that indeed the resort did test positive for the Legionnaire's disease. It was found, water was tested and other water samples measured, and it confirmed the presence in the showers and sinks in 3 rooms, and they're undergoing remediation efforts at this time. Nowhere can I find that it was in healthcare facilities.
Thank you for that question, Senator Titus. Howard Watts for the record. I do not know of recent cases in healthcare facilities in Nevada, and you will hear in some of the testimony given that both instances of illness and death are a fraction, only a fraction of the total occur in healthcare facilities, maybe around 20% or so nationwide. However, I believe that, again, building on some of the existing policies that have been brought forward in the last few years, and again, given the complications that would occur with someone coming down with Legionnaire's disease when they're in one of these healthcare facilities, that we should make every effort we can to drive that number completely to zero and keep it there.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So I can see it is zero in healthcare facilities, but not necessarily in the resorts. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no more questions, thank you very much. And with that, we will go to those in support of Assembly Bill 263 in Carson City. Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 263, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to opposition here in Carson City.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. John Lelu here today representing the Alliance to Prevent Legionnaire's Disease in opposition of AB 263. I need to start out by thanking thanking Assemblyman Watts for bringing this bill. Assemblyman Watts is a friend. This bill will bring awareness to Legionnaire's disease. The problem that we see with the bill is it does not prevent Legionnaire's disease. In fact, it does not do anything with respect to Legionnaire's disease. In that regard, and as you heard today, proponents agree. Legionnaire's disease does not exist in healthcare facilities, and there's a reason for that. Healthcare facilities are, incidents in healthcare facilities are extremely rare in Nevada. In fact, we're aware of none. CMS, Medicare, Medicaid facilities already have requirements in place for water management programs in these facilities, so this bill is unnecessary, and by adding a proprietary training and certification as well as routine testing requirements, it adds substantial cost. Now, we talked today a little bit about the fiscal note on the bill. We agree that this is a clean bill before you today in the Senate Finance Committee, but it doesn't mean it's without cost. It just costs private facilities, not state facilities. So it adds substantial costs, all in facilities where we don't have any recent recorded instances of Legionnaire's disease. There was an amendment that was put on the bill in ways, and it was adopted in the Assembly, and it removes state hospitals, which reduces the fiscal note, but it focuses its intent on private Medicare and Medicaid facilities, as well as UMC in Clark County. So what about the amendments? We are concerned that the amendments violate equal protection. The bill already exempts rural hospitals from coverage. Doesn't say why. The amendment releases state hospital from coverage. We don't understand why. Proponents haven't offered anything by way of a reason to amend removing certain healthcare facilities but leaving others, other than to reduce the fiscal notes and overcome the hurdles of the money committees. This is not a rational basis to treat the healthcare facilities differently. Proponents need to explain why mandatory certification and training and testing for waterborne bacteria in some facilities is necessary and why that testing is not required in others. There is simply no nexus between these concepts other than to reduce the fiscal notes. This will not pass rational basis scrutiny. Finally, informal negotiations on this bill between the proponents and healthcare facilities have revealed that proponents are offering to do testing for free. That, again, does not meet the standards required to pass this bill. Regardless of whether testing is provided for free, the Alliance objects to mandatory testing since it is not recommended by the World Health Organization as a control for Legionnaire's. It's not recommended by ASHRAE, the Association, which created the regulations, they don't include it. The CDC toolkit doesn't include it. And CMS regulations on healthcare facilities don't include it. My client, the Alliance, is a national nonprofit with the exclusive mission of combating Legionnaire's disease and reducing cases. Each of you has received a white paper detailing substantial issues with this legislation. In fact, we tried to upload it to Nellis again this morning. We're not sure if it made it, but we did deliver them all to your office as well as the committee secretary. That this particular method has been tried multiple times in multiple states and at multiple levels, regulatory, legislative, and it's failed every time. It's been tried, as I mentioned, at legislatures and was most recently vetoed in California. Now, the California bill was different. The California bill was far more expansive than the bill you see here today. But that's where this bill started out. And we are here today telling you that this bill is still far too expensive and does nothing to prevent Legionnaire's disease. The only state where this has been enacted is New York. And in New York, we have not seen Legionnaires go down. The bill is a distraction. It's costly. It wastes limited resources that could go to true prevention and water quality management, and it shouldn't pass. I would also note, and I know that I'm way over my time, that this bill also introduces a criminal penalty for failure to implement these redundant policies. For all these reasons, we ask that the committee reject this and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Patrick Kelly, Nevada Hospital Association. We believe that this bill will unnecessarily increase healthcare costs. As has been pointed out, hospitals are required by CMS and the Joint Commission to have water management plans, and we do have those. We're unaware of any situation where Legionnaire's disease has occurred in a hospital in Nevada, and we just believe that for the cost, there's going to be little to no benefit. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
George Ross, representing HCA, who owns Sunrise Children's, Mountain View, and Southern Hills Hospital. I repeat what Mr. Kelly just said, that we feel that federal law already covers these regulations, and I would add that hospitals have every legal, moral, ethical reason to do everything they possibly can to prevent Legionnaire's disease and every other hospital-acquired disease, and they're already following all the federal laws and regulations, which, by the way, as you heard, have already rejected going the additional step of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no opposition in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone lines. BPS, please.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 263, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Brian Walker, Senior Vice President of the Retail Association of Nevada. Out of abundance of time, I will be very short. RAND is very concerned that the passage of AB 263 will set Nevada in a long-term policy that then might choose to set these requirements on other areas that are outside the scope of the bill currently. And we believe the increased cost, like you heard, is going to outweigh any of the benefits. In fact, during COVID, the state has shown us that our healthcare infrastructure is in place and it's able to respond to the needs that we had. And while COVID was an airborne disease and this bill contemplates a waterborne disease, we feel that Nevada's current infrastructure is capable of meeting any sort of requirements or needs should this develop. And for that reason that we oppose this bill. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Additional callers, BPS?
Yes, Chair, one moment.
Again, Christina Cotrone, Las Vegas native, just concerned resident. Okay, so this bill doesn't make much sense at all whatsoever. Legionnaire's disease is extremely rare, for one, and two, in the proposal, it mentions that there'd be a construction modification or repair work that would have to be completed that may affect the building water system. Why would we displace people in these nursing homes and whatever? That is going to be more cost and on their bodies worse. Also, with the water droplets, We live in Las Vegas. I can count the number of times I've lived here for 34 years that it's rained, probably on both feet and hands. We don't have humidity, so that also seems oxymoronic. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional callers in opposition?
Chair, there are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to support here neutral here in Carson City, Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, BPS.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 263, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in neutral at this time.
Thank you very much. Closing comments? All righty. We'll close the hearing on AB 263, and we'll move to Assembly Bill 310. Is the Assemblywoman here? Oh, there she is. I was looking around to the back. Assemblywoman, welcome to Senate Finance. We're so happy to see you. You escaped for a minute. I know how you feel. We'll go fast, madam, so you can get back to work. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I am Assemblywoman Danielle Monroe Moreno, and joining me here at the table is Christine Hess, who is the Executive Director with the Nevada Housing Coalition, and we may have Ms. Brooke Page, who's the Director of the Southwest Geography Corporation of Supportive Housing in Southern Nevada. She may be there, she may not, because everyone's schedule's been kind of crazy. So thank you, Madam Chair and Committee, for allowing us to present Assembly Bill 310, which revises provisions governing affordable housing. What this bill does, it's a measure that creates the Nevada Supportive Housing Development Fund with an appropriation of $30 million over the biennium within the Nevada Housing Division, with oversight and capacity support by the Interagency Council on Homelessness to Housing. And then it adds an additional $1.5 million appropriation to the Nevada Housing Division for provider capacity building grants to assist supportive housing partners to facilitate staffing support, training, and technical assistance. So, with your permission, Madam Chair, I will turn the remainder of the presentation over to Ms. Hess.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Christine Hess for the record with the Nevada Housing Coalition. And thank you so much, Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. She actually teed us up perfectly. I'm going to keep this pretty high level and then absolutely appreciate your questions. As the Assemblywoman alluded to, this will be Nevada's first ever supportive housing development fund. So, and this is critical. The $30 million will reside at the Nevada Housing Division, so it is the one-stop shop for our developers to develop this housing that does not exist in Nevada in very small amounts, and it is the housing solution to end homelessness. It will also define supportive housing for the first time in statute. Since we're in the Money Committee and we're going to be talking fiscal impacts, I just want to talk about some of the cost avoidance as well. I did hand out, you should have hopefully a handout that's two-sided here, and I will just touch on that as well. But my colleague, Ms. Page, is unable to join us live. I believe she will be trying to call in support. But her organization, Corporation for Supportive Housing, is a national nonprofit. They estimate on the lower spectrum that roughly 7,000 Nevadans need the more intensive housing type, which is supportive housing, in order to obtain and remain housed. It's costly to keep these Nevadans unhoused. Did you know that it costs the same to keep people cycling in the emergency room for 9 days, which is the same as keeping a person in jail for 3 months, which is the same amount to keep a person housed with supportive services for 1 year. This is a good policy, good fiscal policy. It is cost effective to provide supportive housing as a solution to end homelessness. If you reference this handout on the back, it just explains the fiscal priorities, how we see the Nevada Supportive Housing Development Fund and the $32.2 million supporting supportive housing. On the left-hand side, you'll see $30 million for the delivery of services directly linked to housing. As the Assemblywoman noted, These services and the process will be supported for the Housing Division by the Interagency Council on Housing, on Homelessness to Housing, which of course has the expertise to help in that area. You'll also see the $1.5 million to support the capacity and increase our capacity in the state. Additionally, what's really incredible is this one-shot funding. It is only one shot. In this time, we want to show ourselves and our state that this intervention works. Housing people works. So we have $700,000 set aside to measure the outcomes. In fact, what you'll see is we have a couple sister communities on the lower right, the Denver Social Impact Bond Program and the Arizona Medicaid Program, that show the cost savings that those entities have experienced. In fact, the Denver program noted that after 3 years of housing their unhoused population with supportive housing, the wraparound services in housing, 77% of those previously unhoused community members remain stably housed and, of course, could be part of our communities. So there is a fiscal note on the bill, a small fiscal note from the division, which, of course, we support in order to administer this program. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Question, Senator Wynn.
I'm sorry, you had mentioned, I don't see it in here, but you just mentioned that there would be an accountability piece or a piece to see how well these funds are working. And you said it was 700 and something thousand, is that correct?
Madam Chair, Assemblywoman Christine Hess for the record, yes.
And what would that cover?
So that would cover the process of evaluating all of the project awards that were made. So tracking the projects, tracking those individuals that were served, and compiling that report and reporting that back out.
Yeah, I was going to say, who's doing that? Is that a part of the division that is going to be compiling that, or who would be compiling that data?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Assemblywoman Christine Hess for the record. We would envision that would likely be a third party, but certainly also additionally, because we didn't see a fiscal note for that component by the division, there's some support there to compile the report, but I would anticipate a third party.
And then I have a couple of other questions just about some of the information in, I guess it's section 2, subsection 7. Under the, as used in this section, supportive housing means that, but then it talks about in, I guess, A, subsection 2, experienced homelessness and been at imminent risk of homelessness or unnecessary institutionalization. Can you describe what you were anticipating those kind of, who those would cover, who those definitions would cover?
I'll start. Danielle Monroe Moreno for the record. Especially when it comes to unnecessary institutionalization, what I've experienced in my personal life working in law enforcement, oftentimes there were times when a person was supposed to be released from jail and we didn't have a place to put them. You don't want to put someone on the street. So you're holding them in jail and people say, oh my God, you're holding this person in jail for an unnecessary amount of time. But it seemed more humane to keep them there than to put them on the street and know they were just going to go through the cycle again. And then oftentimes people are in hospital settings and there's not a transition to a transitional home or an assisted living home, so they stay in those hospital settings. And if you look at the cost at the bottom of the page on the front page, it's that those jails, those hospital settings, because we don't have enough beds and shelters. And that costs us more as taxpayers to pay for things like that than it would be to have someone in addressing their lack of housing need, have a home, but a supportive home with all the wraparound services that they need that would help them not become homeless again, addressing whatever behavioral health care issues, whatever substance use disorder issues that that person may have, but also help them get job training, get gainfully employed so that this service that would be provided in AB 310 would help them become more productive and interactive members in our society. And I'll let Ms. Hess comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Assemblywoman. Excellent explanation. I'll just comment on the homelessness or imminent risk of homelessness, right? Our renters right now in Nevada, If you make less than 30% of area median income, it's something like 83%. It's off the top of my head. If it's not 80%, it's 90%, are paying more than half of their income on their rent. What that means, they are at imminent risk of homelessness, and there are some challenges that they may be facing that a supportive housing setting could be the answer, right? So this is in order to stably house individuals so that they are not going to experience homelessness.
Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I really like this bill. You're probably the only one that's going to get a bill out. But this is good, though. But in the partnership that's in the, I believe it is line 12 in section 1, will this allow for other nonprofits that may be doing that work to either become a partner or apply for some of the funds? How will it be dispersed out?
Oh, I just realized, I'm so sorry. I think I said Assemblywoman, Senator earlier. Madam Chair, Senator Neal, for the record, Christine Hess with the Nevada Housing Coalition. Yes, so these funds will reside at the division, and there would be the opportunity to apply for these funds. So the nonprofits and developers who are doing this good work that we already do have, great organizations in our state, and there are emerging organizations, but for these funds, we are not getting this housing built.
Madam Chair, just quick follow-up. So on the grants piece, which is, I think it's all section, maybe it's in section 2. So are we going to have B&I like try to leverage this with federal money so we can stack that? I see that this is gaining, it's going to gain at least $135,000 in interest, which is good. But, to build the pie, leverage it with grant.
Danielle Monroe Moreno for the record. And yes, if you've probably seen me at every legislative session working on some kind of grant movement of the state of Nevada, we leave far too much money on the table. I have been consistently working to find ways to bring more of those federal dollars home. And in putting this legislation together, I worked closely with our federal delegates to see and make sure that there were federal dollars available, that once we have this fund in place, that we could go after matching grant dollars.
Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was actually my question is, when the Housing Division is looking at competitive grants, whether they're going to be looking at federal funds or maybe private partners, as they measure to try to make sure that we can leverage these dollars as much as possible.
Danielle Monroe Moreno for the record. In section 3 of the bill, it specifically states out that we will be able to take donations, contributions, and grants. So I'm going after every dollar I can to address homelessness in our state.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. We put that language in quite a few bills, and it's always very helpful. And I think, I don't know if there's any money or verbiage around leveraging it, but I think the Housing Division already does that. And I appreciate you bringing this bill because I know we need some help, especially with supportive services too, right? So that's going to make a difference. Thank you.
All right. Oh, Pete, I'm sorry. Senator Gokachia, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe more of a comment than a question, but I look at this and I see a lot of reporting and a lot of studies. And again, $32 million. And how much of this is actually going to go to home construction? Because clearly, that's where the shortfall is. We don't have a place to put them. And yeah, it might not, how cheap can we build it and the most units we can get, because it's so competitive today. I don't know, even $30 million won't house many people in today's market, and it's problematic.
Madam Chair, Senator Gokachia, Christine Hess for the record. Such a great question. So these funds will fund the services and the delivery of services that will be directly linked to housing. So these funds won't actually provide funding for the capital construction because we've got that, right? This body approved, or IFC approved, the $500 million, for example, for Home Means Nevada. There are quite a few supportive housing projects in there that are wondering how they're going to fund their services to really be the highest quality level. Again, also there are funds that right now are waiting for the passage of this bill that are ready to apply for these funds because they want to provide supportive housing, but for the services. The capital construction through many of our other federal programs, our low-income housing tax credits, that is being done very well by the division, but these services allow them to catalyze and get that housing below 30% built.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was brought to my attention in the Appropriations Act, we had some language that if you bring in federal funds, then you cannot use the state general fund. And I don't know if Mr. Thorley can answer this question. And when I think of federal grants, sometimes I think more around health and human services, but I want to know if that applies here. So if we bring in, if we're getting $10 million of general fund towards something and there's $5 million in federal funds coming in, that $5 million doesn't supplant part of the general fund that's being appropriated for a project.
Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Divisions. Senator Severs-Gansert, I believe you're referring to Section 7 of the Authorizations Act, which generally requires state agencies to reserve for reversion general funds if they receive funding from another funding source for the same purpose. However, the Authorizations Act that was approved by the legislature this session and signed by the governor included a slightly different language in Section 7 than it has in the past, and does allow state agencies to come to IFC and request that they be exempted from Section 7 in certain instances, and the IFC can consider the merits of that and approve it. So any state agency that would otherwise be subject to Section 7 and have to reserve for reversion general funds if they got additional funding could seek exemption from that.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate the clarification.
All right. Any additional questions from the committee? All right. Thank you very much. We'll go to support here in Carson City for Assembly Bill 310. Please go ahead when you're ready, and you can always say me too, and we'll move it right along. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Dakota Hoskins, Political Director for SEIU Local 1107. We believe this bill will be great for Nevada families and communities, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Cadence Matievich, representing Washoe County. We are here in support of this bill. We think that you'll see great return on this investment. We are badly in need of these services in our state. We urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Nix County, City of Reno, for the record. We are in support of this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Ariel Edwards with Nevada Hand. We are in support of AB 310 and would like to thank the Assemblywoman for her work on this incredible, important bill. And also would like to thank the Nevada Housing Coalition on their work on this bill, as well as Brooke Page. Supportive housing is so needed in the state of Nevada, and we urge its passage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. We support Paul Catholic, Culinary Workers Union, Local 226. We support the bill. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Vanessa Dunn. I am here on behalf of the Children's Advocacy Alliance as well as the Nevada Psychiatric Association, and both organizations support the bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Sarah Adler with NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness Nevada, and we are 100% in support of this bill. It is our family members who need supportive housing to be sustained. Just real quickly, I do think it's really important that the work that's funded includes the analysis of the offset costs, as Ms. Hess referred to, because, for example, one correctional forensic bed costs $342,000. A supportive housing bed unit costs $26,000. So I think that we can see there's great cost saving in creating this housing. So we see this as a great kickstart to that work in our state. Thank you.
Tom Clark on behalf of the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce.
Me too.
Jonathan Norman, Nevada Coalition of Legal Service Providers, ditto.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Mindy Elliott with Flynn Judici Government Affairs. Today, representing the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, the Reno Housing Authority, and the Nevada Rural Housing Authority. And I think from the perspective, there's been some great questions here as it relates to the services that are being provided. In Southern Nevada, just as an example, we put out applications for vouchers. 20,000 families applied for a voucher. We only have 10,000 vouchers in Southern Nevada. And it seems like these services are so valuable. And as these families get into permanent supportive housing, to have those services so that they can graduate, move into housing, move into jobs. And this program, this one-shot funding, is going to change the lives of so many people. And the housing authorities are very excited to be a part of this and to work with the nonprofit organizations that provide those services. We want to thank Assemblywoman Danielle Monroe Marino and certainly this committee for hearing this bill today, and we're excited about it, and we're hopeful that it gets to move forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, then we will go to Las Vegas. Seeing none, go to the phone lines. BPS when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 310, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Cohen for the record. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is Steve Messenger with the Nevada Primary Care Association, representing the state's federally qualified health centers. 2 quick points. We're very proud of one of our members that has sort of shown proof of concept on this in Reno. And we've also seen that it's a great supportive housing is an excellent program through our network of other PCAs across the state. So we've seen this work nationwide, and we're so excited to bring it to Nevada. We're strongly in support of AB 310. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Brooke Page, Director for the Nevada Corporation for Supportive Housing and Board Member for the Nevada Housing Coalition. I urge your support of AB 310. This is a cost-effective policy legislation that will create the infrastructure that we need for ongoing solutions to address our homelessness policy issue. We are in strong support of this because of the evidence base for the past 30 years that has proven that this model works. We are leaving millions of dollars on the table because we do not have this infrastructure in place, and believe that AB 310 will put us on a path to ensure that we're developing this intervention ongoing. So I want to commend Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno and this committee. Thank you for hearing this committee and all the supporters. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any additional callers?
Yes, Chair, 1 moment, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matthew Wilkie, W-I-L-K-I-E for the record, calling in support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, Christina Quattrone. I am in support of this very thoughtful bill, and I'd like to thank Ms. Monroe Moreno for this. I'd like to point out the unnecessary institutionalization. Speaking from experience, my dad went through this. He went to jail and stayed there, but also had to stay at Monte Vista when it was Monte Vista for months, almost a full year, where he was punched in the face and just didn't have a very good time. So yes, I'm in support of this bill, and I would like to thank you on behalf of Nevadans. Also, John Jarrow Loop, I appreciate your bills as well. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Any additional callers?
If you've recently joined the call and would like to testify in support on AB 310, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the committee. This is Dora Martinez representing Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. We thank the delightful Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno for sponsoring this bill, and we urge you to pass it, please, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Chair, there are no more callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. Anyone in opposition here in Carson City? Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please. Opposition.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 310, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers for opposition at this time.
Thank you very much. Anyone in neutral in Carson City? Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 310, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in neutral at this time.
Thank you very much. Closing remarks, Assemblywoman? Ms. Hess, please. Go ahead when you're ready.
Madam Chair, committee members, Christine Hess for the record. I just want to thank you so much for your time and your service in these last couple of days. And I did upload a letter to Nellis to save the hundreds of callers for you all, but we did have 111 signers on a sign-on letter, and you'll see they run from the Resort Association to tenant advocates, nonprofits. We're ready to deploy these funds and put these dollars to work effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Gokachia?
Just one quick comment, and I realize the old adage, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. But in a lot of the rural communities, we also have emergency rooms in jails. And what we're doing today, because there is such a rental crisis, there's no housing anywhere, and especially even in the rural communities. But I don't know if you can help us get focused. And what we're doing right now, we're exporting the need. I mean, those patients, those people that are in trouble, really, they end up just going to your areas. And maybe if we can do something at home, it might be a little better. I'd appreciate it, and thank you.
I'm here to help. Danielle Monroe Moreno for the record, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for allowing us to present this bill, and we hope to earn your support.
Thank you so much for bringing it to us. And with that, I'll close the hearing on Assembly Bill 310, but I am going to jump all the way to Assembly Bill 516 while we have the captive audience of the Assemblywoman, so we do not lose her. So if you would like to come back up and do Assembly Bill 516, we're ready for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. For the record, I am Danielle Monroe Moreno, and I represent Assembly District 1 in Clark County. I'm happy to come before you this afternoon to present Assembly Bill 516, which will create the Department of Native American Affairs and prioritizes the relationship between Nevada's state government and the sovereign tribes of Nevada. Assembly Bill 516 creates the Department of Native American Affairs, which consists of an executive director, the Nevada Indian Commission, and the Stewart Indian School Cultural Center and Museum. This new department will include an additional 3 positions to help provide support to the 28 federally recognized tribes here in Nevada. The bill transfers the Nevada Indian Commission and the account for the protection and rehabilitation of the Stewart Indian School to the Department of Native American Affairs. The commission will provide recommendations and advice regarding the well-being of American Indians in Nevada to the executive director. Ultimately, this new department is an investment into the future for our indigenous people in Nevada and will provide support for all the tribes in our state. And finally, the bill also provides a legislative declaration clarifying that the creation of the Department of Native American Affairs and the Nevada revised statutes are not intended to infringe in any way upon the sovereign nation of our Indian tribes. And that's it. It's clean, short, and simple.
Perfect. I love it. All right. With that, any questions for the Assemblywoman? Pete? Or I don't know why I'm doing that today, Senator Gokachia.
It's because I just finally woke up. Okay. We've got another bill that's going to create liaisons with, in almost any state agency. Do you see this or maybe them sending out selecting liaisons or having more of a working relationship because they are a standing agency?
Danielle Monroe Moreno, for the record, yes, we do. And we changed the effective date to give that leeway time to make that transition. But we've gotten commitments from those liaisons that they would continue to work with the director and her staff and the new staff that the bill would allow them to bring in to help them be more successful as that transition happens.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Goka Chia. Any additional comments, questions? All right, thank you very much. We're all getting a little rummy here. All right, with that, I'll go to those in support of Assembly Bill 516. Mr. Adler, if you don't move faster, you don't get your chance, sir. Be quick, be gone.
Will Adler, representing Silver State Government Relations and Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe, Duck Valley and Duckwater Indian Reservations. We're in full support of AB 516.
Thank you very much. All right, I almost missed your time in the sun. All righty. Anybody else in Carson City? Seeing none in Las Vegas, I don't believe. We'll go to the phone lines, BPS, when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 516, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to opposition here in Carson City. In Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 516, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to neutral here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 516, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in neutral at this time.
All right. Any closing remarks, Assemblywoman? Okay, with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 516, and you can get back to work. Thank you very much. All right, we will go back to Assembly Bill 319, but I don't see the Assemblywoman. So we will... We're going to jump to Assembly Bill 376. Go ahead. And go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, Chair. Once again, it is Treasurer Zach Conine. I apologize, Assemblywoman Marzola wanted to be here, but she is stuck in the middle of something, and we are here to quickly present.
I can't imagine, Treasurer. Go ahead, please.
We're here to quickly present Assembly Bill 376. 376 is relatively simple. It provides for the opportunity for new parents or people who are suffering a significant disease or those who have family members who are about to go on a military deployment to take 50% compensation for an additional 8 weeks. Won't go through section by section, of course, but we're amending NRS 284. A state employee may take up to 8 weeks of leave at 50% pay to do the things that I just mentioned. State employees must use their accrued sick and annual leave or take unpaid leave on FMLA for these circumstances. While FMLA protects the employee's job, it doesn't provide them any compensation. And so our goal here is to try and create a little bit better experience for our state employees. I wanted to thank the Speaker for giving us the opportunity to work on this with Assemblywoman Marzola and the Senate Majority Leader, who after an initial conversation, we realized we were going down exactly the wrong path. So we went down this path. And with that, happy to take any questions. I should mention the fiscal note on this is a relatively small one from the Department of Administration to initiate some changes to their system.
All righty. Any questions from the committee? Senator Gokachia.
You'll be wishing I go back to sleep. I just, this triggers or kicks in at what point? Once they've exhausted all their sick leave, and I guess if they were, I'm trying to figure out, would it be better if they triggered the half pay from the start if they thought they were going to be on an extended leave?
Treasurer Conine for the record. So the intention is that the employee would use all of the sick leave that they have accrued except for 40 hours. They can then continue to use that 40 hours if they want to, but what we wanted to provide for was a buffer if there was an extended time that they were going to be away, say bonding with a new child, but they didn't want to, if the kid got sick 3 weeks later, they didn't want to be in a place where they didn't have any leave. So all of the sick leave until they have 40 hours remaining, and then they could go on this 50% pay leave for the next 8 weeks if they wanted to. I should mention we've modeled this off of the FMLA requirements. So all of the standard FMLA paperwork prescribed by the federal government would need to be in place in order for the employee to use this.
So they would get the half pay and still maintain their 40 hours of sick leave.
Treasurer Conine for the record, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions, comments? All right, thank you very much. We'll go to support here in Carson City. In Las Vegas. Sorry, we're moving quick around here.
Kent Irvin, Nevada Faculty Alliance. This will give extra flexibility for particularly our faculty who are on semester teaching assignments or on the strict probationary timeline. Thank you.
Vanessa Dunn. I'm here testifying on behalf of the Children's Advocacy Alliance as well as the Nevada Public Health Association, and both organizations are in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Carter Bundy with AFSCME. For the reasons previously stated, we stand in strong support and thank the sponsors.
Thank you very much. Any support in Las Vegas? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone lines. BPS when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 376, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Hello, Chair and committee members. My name is Caitlin Gatanyan. I'm the Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association, and we support this bill. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
There are no more callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. And we'll do opposition here in Carson City. Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 376, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Thank you very much. We'll go to neutral here in Carson City. Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 376, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. Any closing comments? Okay, we'll close the hearing on Assembly Bill 376. Treasurer, do you have another bill with us, sir?
No, ma'am. I'm heading to Newsies. Thank you very much.
Okay, enjoy Newsies and tell Ruby hi. Alrighty, then we're going to try to power through a few more bills before 5 o'clock, and then we're going to recess. So we're going to go to Assembly Bill 383 if we have somebody. Oh, we did 383. Hallelujah. All right, 388 is the speakers, and he is not here. So let's go to 422. Is Assemblywoman Gorlow close? Nope. Okay, we'll jump to 451. Oh, Director Stevenson, thank you for spending Saturday with us. We are really fun.
It is
Go
my pleasure.
Ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I wrote good morning, but I mean good afternoon, Madam Chair, And members of the Senate Committee on Finance, my name is Amy Stevenson. I serve as the Director of the Governor's Finance Office. Assembly Bill 451 does three things, but I wanted to mention there was a second amendment that was sent over, so I don't know if you have that. You don't have that, according to Wayne.
Go ahead and just present the bill as it is, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so Assembly Bill 451 does two things. This allows an employee in the unclassified service within the Budget Division of the Governor's Office of Finance to be compensated for overtime performed when the employee is doing work relating to the preparation of the executive budget report or proposed budget during the period beginning on September 1st of an even-numbered year and ending on January 31st of the following year. It also appropriates $500,000 in general funds to the Division of Human Resources Management to conduct a comprehensive classification and compensation study. The provisions of this bill in Section 1 will expire June 30th, 2025, so it sunsets. This concludes my presentation, and I stand ready for any questions the committee may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Alrighty, with that being said, Ms. Stevenson, would you just refer to the fiscal note again and just confirm that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Amy Stevenson, Director for Governor's Finance Office. It's $500,000 in general funds for the study, compensation classification study.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. Okay, and I don't see any questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Neal. Go ahead, please.
So I know, Madam Chair, you asked her to just present it as is, but what are you amending?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Neal. The second amendment was allowing an employee in the unclassified service appointed by the Superintendent of Public Instruction as the Director of the Office for a Safe and Respectful Learning Environment to be compensated for overtime as well.
And the reason I ask her to present this as is because, with all due respect to everybody involved, we have exactly less than about 12 hours, and I just didn't even know about the amendment until this morning, and so I ask you to present the bill as it was. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. And we'll go to support on Assembly Bill 451 in Carson City and Las Vegas. On the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 451, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Christina Quattrone, me too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
There are no more callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. Those in opposition here in Carson City, Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 451, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to neutral. Here in Carson City, Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 451, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in neutral at this time.
Thank you very much. Okay, closing comments, Ms. Stevenson. Okay, with that, we'll close the hearing on Assembly Bill 451, and we will go to Assembly Bill 422. We have a late entry from Assemblywoman Gorlow, so we'll back up to 422.
Thank you, Chair. And I was also a pitch hitter for Assembly Bill 137, so if you want,
Got it.
I can do that later.
It's all right. We're just trying to get as many in as we can before we recess.
Thank you very much, Chair Dondera Loop and members of the committee. For the record, I am Michelle Gorlow, representing Assembly District 35, here to present Assembly Bill 422, which creates a pilot program to serve children diagnosed with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder and provide training for providers of such children to increase the workforce development. This bill was amended to be implemented if funding is available. It is my understanding that there are federal funds are available to implement this program, and therefore the fiscal has been removed, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. That's an easy one. All right. Any questions from the committee? Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure this is written in a manner that we can accept federal grants. So that's not general funds. So if we don't have general fund, to make sure we can accept other sources of funds.
Thank you very much. For the record, Assemblywoman Michelle Gorlow, to you, Senator Severs Ganther, through Senator Dondera Loop. Yes, I took the verbiage exactly from what the division had requested, and that it is grants that they will be applying for, so this will not come out of any general funds. If for any reason the federal funds are not available, then this will not exist.
Thank you very much. All right. Then with that, I'll go to support. Here in Carson City, please come forward.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. Vanessa Dunn. I'm here on behalf of Children's Advocacy Alliance, and they are in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Las Vegas, seeing none, we'll go to the phone lines. BPS, when you're ready. Are you leaving the... Okay. We never know if people are leaving the room or just coming up. All right. BPS, go ahead, please.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 422, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Cohen, for the record, ditto. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the committee members. We'd like to thank Assemblywoman Michelle Gorlow for this outstanding bill. This is Dora Martinez with the Nevada Disability Action Coalition and Me3. Me too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
There are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to neutral here in Carson City. Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please. BPS, when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 422, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to neutral here in Carson City. Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 422, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Hello there. I'm Christina Cotronigan. I am for this bill. Thank you. Me too.
Thank you very much. And next caller, please.
There are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much. And closing comments, Assemblywoman? Okay, thank you very much. All right, we'll close the hearing on Assembly Bill 422. And Assemblywoman Newby, what number are you? I'm sorry? Okay. Oh, you have another one, Assemblywoman Gorlow? Oh, got it. When I heard you say that, I was thinking another committee. I'm trying to pound through these guys. Hang on. Okay, we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 137, and we'll be real quick.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Again, I am Michelle Gorlow, representing Assembly District 35, and I'm here to present Assembly Bill 137, which expands the applicability of certain existing provisions regarding fetal alcohol syndrome to fetal alcohol syndrome disorders, which expanded the number of individuals that would be served. And with me is Ms. Stacy Weeks, who will be talking about the fiscal note.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee member Stacy Weeks for the record, Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy. This funds a new benefit for health homes in the Medicaid program, which does allow the state to draw down 90-10 share for the first 8 quarters. So I'll go ahead and read to you those numbers. For state fiscal year 24, the total computable cost is $264,003. The state general fund portion of that is $114,641. For state fiscal year 25, the total computable is $561,637, with the state general fund being $158,672. And that includes our system costs, staffing, and the new medical services costs. For the biennium, the total computable would be $825,840, with a total state general fund cost of $273,313.
Okay, questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. We'll go to support here in Carson City. Hurry, 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 run!
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Vanessa Dunn. I'm here on behalf of the Children's Advocacy Alliance, and they are in support of this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone lines. BPS, when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 137, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Collins for the record. Ditto. Thank you, and I yield for the final time today.
Thank you very much. Any additional callers? BPS.
There are no more callers at this time.
Okay, we'll go to opposition in Carson City. On the phone lines.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 137, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the committee. This is Dora Martinez representing the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. I was actually calling to support, and we thank the Assemblywoman Gorlow for her effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional callers, BPS?
There are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to neutral here in Carson City and on the phone lines.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 137, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in neutral at this time.
Thank you very much. And with that, closing comments. Okay, we'll close the hearing. And we'll go on to 452 for Assemblywoman Newby, and we'll see if we can pound through this and maybe one other and be done for just a little bit. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Saber Newby. I am the Assembly person for District 10. What you have before you is AB 452, which concerns visitation of offenders in prison. It was heavily amended in Senate Judiciary, and what causes the fiscal impact is the establishment of an ombudsman to help work out any concerns or issues that either the offenders or the families have with respect to a number of different things that you can see outlined in the bill. And as a result, in the fiscal year 23-24, there's expected $175,000 impact, and then fiscal year 24-25, it would be $350,000 And that's your impact. The idea is to do a RFP and hire either an outside firm or a nonprofit to handle these complaints. And incidentally, on the back end, Director Zarenda believes that it will decrease his costs ultimately because it will decrease the number of complaints that end up in litigation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. We'll go to support here in Carson City. In Las Vegas, on the phone lines, BPS, please, when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 452, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. Opposition, Carson City, Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 452, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to neutral here in Carson City. Go ahead, please, when you're ready.
Tanya Brown, spelled TONJABROWN, advocates for the inmates and the innocent. Excuse me. We do support the bill. But we are going to remain in neutral. We did submitted our conceptual amendment for your consideration. Without our conceptual amendment, it will make parts of the AB 452 become just like Senate Bill 2001 that passed in 2011. Without funding an ombudsman. Without our conceptual amendment, the following will happen, and there will be no remedy for the state and federal constitutional violations other than offenders filing more litigation against NDOC and the parole board. The way it's written, the way the bill is written, looking at the grievances and only going back 1 year could affect the offender's chances of getting parole and pardons granted based on a grievance from years earlier that the offender may have sought relief in the courts and won and was not removed. The parole board and pardons board look at all disciplinary actions from the time they enter the prison system, not just the last year. Without our conceptual amendment, the 2007 computer glitch that placed false felony charges and over 1,300 plus offenders are still appearing in some of the offenders' file will still go on and litigation will still continue and be brought against NDOC, the 2021 federal cases of the 2013 and 16 parole and the Supreme Court's decision. The Attorney General's office is in excess of 660 suits pending in the court filed by offenders. How many had false felony charges that were submitted to the parole board and pardons board over the years? How many are still pending, and how many will be affected in the future if the ombudsman cannot review the judgment of conviction? Under section 2.5 subsection 6A, the ombudsman shall not review, investigate, or attempt to resolve any grievance relating to a judgment of conviction without looking at an alleged false felony conviction located in the Nevada Offender Tracking Summary Information Notice and compare it with the district court's judgment of conviction. The offender's parole board and pardons board will be profoundly impacted in a negatively way, thereby costing the taxpayers years of the offender's incarceration. Without a conceptual amendment, it is unclear if the 2007 computer glitch somehow is triggered by disciplinary action in the notice offender information summary that results in false felony charges being placed in the notice file. I believe it is based on information I have that was contained within the notice file of a former inmate. It is clear that people are still being affected by the false felony charges and being denied parole and pardons. With our conceptual amendment, it would strengthen this bill and prevent future lawsuits, saving the taxpayers money. We plan on reaching out to, if this does pass, and we do hope it does pass, with or without our conceptual amendment, we are in support. We do plan on reaching out to the ombudsman with our concerns and bring it to the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Judiciary.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any additional neutral here in Carson City? Seeing none in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone lines, please.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 452, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Hi, this is Ayanna, Ayanna Simmons Oglesby, Oglesby. I'm the founder of Nevada Strong Battleborn, and I am in neutral of this bill. I echo advocates for the inmates and wrongfully convicted. The conceptual amendments should be considered. We have been submitting these documents, and they should strongly be considered. And with that, I close. We are Nevada Strong, Battle Born. We have a moral obligation to all Nevadans, bond and free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Chair, there are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much. And with that, any closing comments? We'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 452. And we're going to jump to Senate Bill 498. Is that you? Oh, okay, got it. We'll welcome staff. Yay, we get to see you. Thank you. All right, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, J. Marie Mangoba from the LCB Fiscal Analysis Division, and with me is my colleague, James Malone. As you know, the LCB is a nonpartisan agency. We do not support or oppose any particular piece of legislation, policy, or viewpoint. Rather, we provide legislature and its members with objective advice and analysis on fiscal issues, including explanation regarding the proposed legislation. We are here today to walk the committee through Assembly Bill 498 as amended and to answer any questions you may have regarding this piece of legislation. Assembly Bill 498 as amended revises the contribution rate for a state employee of a participating state agency from a rate equal to that paid by the employer to 1/2 of the normal cost that is actuarially determined to police officers and firefighters and regular members depending on the retirement fund in which the member is participating. The bill revises the employer contribution rate for a participating state agency to be the total contribution rate actuarially determined for police officers and firefighters and for regular members, less the employee contribution rate of 1/2 of the normal cost for state employees. AB 498 as amended further requires the Board of Regents of the University of Nevada and each participant in the retirement program for members of their professional staff, which is separate from the public employees retirement system, to each contribute 17.5% of the participant's gross compensation, which mirror the rate that is in the executive budget. This bill becomes effective July 1st of 2023. Regarding the fiscal impact, total general fund appropriations of $190.8 million and highway fund appropriations of $40.0 million over the 2023-25 biennium. And I'll break it down by section. So Section 9 provides general fund appropriations of $58.3 million in fiscal year 24 and $63.4 million in fiscal year 25 to the State Board of Examiners for departments, commissions, and agencies of the state. The bill also provides general fund appropriations of $13 million in fiscal year 24 to the State Board of Examiners for any department, commission, or agency of the state of Nevada whose positions are included in the executive budget and whose budget accounts have authorized reserves or retained earnings. Also provides general fund appropriations of $12.5 million in fiscal year 25 to the State Board of Examiners for any department, commission, or agency of the state of Nevada whose positions are included in the executive budget and whose budget accounts do not have authorized reserves or retained earnings and do not receive any general fund or highway fund appropriations. Section 10 provides general fund appropriations of $1.6 million in fiscal year 24 and $1.7 million in fiscal year 25 to the Judicial Department staff salaries budget account. Section 11 provides general fund appropriations of $3.2 million in fiscal year 24 and $3.5 million in fiscal year 25 to the Legislative Fund. Section 12 provides general fund appropriations of $16.6 million in fiscal year 24 and $17 million in fiscal year 25 for the Nevada system of higher education. Lastly, Section 13 provides highway fund appropriations of $19.3 million in fiscal year 24 and $20.7 million in fiscal year 25 to the State Board of Examiners for departments, commissions, and agencies of the state. And we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding this bill.
Thank you very much. Questions regarding Assembly Bill 498? Okay, you're off the hook. Thank you. All right, we'll go to those in support in Carson City. Those in support, okay, here he comes.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, you've heard a lot about all the staffing shortages and the need to recruit and retain. PERS contribution differentials between the state and local government is a huge part of why we can't keep all of our people. So we want to thank the sponsor, and we hope that you'll pass this on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else here in Carson City? All right, we'll go to the phone lines. BPS, when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in support on AB 498, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. Opposition here in Carson City. Las Vegas, on the phone lines, please. BPS.
If you'd like to testify in opposition on AB 498, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
And neutral.
Kent Irvin, Nevada Faculty Alliance. AB 498 is good long-term policy for PERS and the state. Details are in our written submission on AB 498 as introduced. In AB 498 as amended, the 85% of faculty members on the NSHE retirement plan alternative rather than in PERS will have contributions fixed at what they would have been without for AB 498, so there will be no direct effect on them. However, the subsequent enactment of AB 522 makes AB 522 without AB 498 more advantageous for employees on the NSHE retirement plan alternative. On behalf of our members, I need to put that on the record. Thank you so much for the historic compensation package for state employees, which will significantly address our recruitment and retention issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. Tina List, Executive Officer of the Public Employees Retirement System. The Retirement Board is neutral on this bill, and I'm just here in case you had any questions of PERS.
Perfect. Thank you very much. All right. Las Vegas, and go to the phone lines. BPS, when you're ready.
If you'd like to testify in neutral on AB 498, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Closing comments? All right, seeing none, then we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 498, and we will take a recess right now. And for those of you in the queue, I'm sorry, but we need to go to the floor. So we'll be back. I'm not sure when, but we'll be back. We're in recess. Committee, no one will be using this room, so you may leave your books and papers.